Musk and maybe even some cabinet secretary picks come out and they're like, we just figured out a way to cut, 500 billion or something, well, if he's like waiting for that.
What's the slogan, Jess, that like you hear from a lot of Republican politicians who talk about waste? We're cutting waste, fraud, and abuse.
Waste, fraud, and abuse, Josh. Yes.
The reason you hear that so often is because actually cutting things that even if if you think it's wasteful spending, it could create jobs in a certain congressional district or for a certain state. And that's where you get the kind of complications that emerge with wide-ranging legislation. I mean, Elon Musk is a cutter. He wants to trim fat. He wants to cut the bureaucracy, and that sounds really nice. And then you realize that there might be people in a certain state or a certain congressional district that could lose their pet projects or lose their jobs as a result of all those spending cuts. So it's a lot easier to kind of have the highfalutin rhetoric about cutting spending. When it actually comes down to the nitty gritty, a lot of people, even in your own party, could end up getting offended and actually create divisions.
Okay, now on the flip side, because, and correct me if I'm wrong, Speaker Johnson really can only afford to lose one vote on any legislation, right? I mean, that's the math.
Yeah. I mean, we have, it looks like at least Stefanik and the incoming National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz, were in the Congress for the speaker vote, but they're going to be serving in the administration as we expect, and that's going to make the margin even narrower. So, about one vote. The Massey vote is going to be all.
The Massey vote, right. We're going to just give it to Massey. So if he takes that vote away and that's all you can afford to lose, and we know Speaker Johnson has sometimes, relied on Democratic support to get things done. Is there, if we talk about one big, beautiful bill with everything in it, any possibility of any Democratic support, or does that dwindle considerably, given just the political divisions between parties, let alone, among a party?
Well, this is where, the rhetoric we're hearing, trying to push a big, beautiful reconciliation package through on a party line vote, doesn't jibe with the need, perhaps, to build some insurance with some Democrat votes. Look, there are a number of Democrats, at least a dozen, in the House that won Trump districts, and there's a lot of noise, a lot of goodwill from some Democrats saying that the election results were a sign that they need to work with the Trump administration. That said, like if you're, giving, the base everything they want and not throwing a fig leaf to a moderate Democrat, it's going to be harder for Democrats, even those who are from more moderate parts of the country, to sign on. So, the rhetoric that we're hearing that we want to get this all done on a party line vote with a reconciliation package doesn't signal to me that they're looking to bring in a whole lot of Democrats with their legislating.
Yeah. Okay, one more before I let you go, because after we talk about all of these, the Trump agenda in terms of policy, there's another aspect of the Trump agenda, and that's the people, the cabinet selections. It sounds like we're hearing from the new Senate Majority Leader John Thune, or incoming Majority Leader John Thune, that like, for example, Pete Hegseth looks like he might have the votes he needs. What are you watching, I guess, as we head into these multiple confirmation hearings of some of these high profile and according to some, controversial picks?
Yeah, look, I think John Thune is hopeful, but I think it's far too premature to assume that any one of these nominees is a lock, given that, even in the Senate, the Republican majorities are pretty narrow, and you have Susan Collins, you've got Lisa Murkowski, even Mitch McConnell. These are far from sure things. I think I think Hegseth, the good news about Hegseth is he passed the early gauntlet. He dealt with a firestorm of tough coverage. He's still standing, and then he probably is going to do quite well in the televised hearings unless something else comes up. So I think he may be in better shape than some of the others, I think Tulsi Gabbard, if you ask me, I would say she's probably the most vulnerable of all the nominees, just because of her heterodox foreign policy views, the fact that she is not aligned with conservatives on a whole lot of issues, and I think she'll have to explain herself at her hearing if we get to that. I think RFK Jr. Is another one to watch, given the fact that his views are not all that conservative on issues ranging from abortion to vaccines. So I would guess at least one of these nominees still is going to have a tough time passing confirmation in the Senate.
Josh Kraushaar, always love talking to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Jess.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
We're in crunch time right now. A new administration will be sworn in soon. But as great as that is, that also means our enemies have days left to stir up trouble. That could mean a cyber attack, an invasion, or God forbid, a nuclear strike. So until the longtime bureaucrats are out of Washington, it's not worth taking any chances. That's why you need an emergency food supply from My Patriot Supply. Right now, they're offering $100 off their 3-month emergency food kit. It's got 2,000 calories per day for 3 whole months. Plenty to get you through even a prolonged emergency. All their food kits last for up to 25 years in storage. Plus, they come in rugged, weatherproof buckets. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com right now to order your 3-month emergency food kit. Your safety's worth it. Your security's worth it. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com to order your 3-month emergency food kit now. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their 2nd month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Big news, Cherry Hill. The Hester Chevrolet family is expanding with our new location, Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill, formerly Mall Chevrolet. For over 40 years, the Hester Automotive family has been part of the Cherry Hill community. With over 600 vehicles available, Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill now offers one of the largest inventories of Chevy vehicles in the tri-state area. See why 2 Hester Chevy locations are even better than 1. Come visit Hester Chevy at the mall or always online at HesterChevyCH.com.
Your way or no way at Hester Chevrolet.
Win big this holiday season with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal, offering the best HVAC value on new installs to keep your home warm. Save thousands instantly with no equipment markups, extended 10-year warranty, rebates, and tax credits. Plus, CNC makes budgeting for your new system easy with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York-certified comfort experts, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com. Offers only for new installations through January 31st.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you!
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Tuesday, January 7th. This is the Fox News Rundown. I'm Sue Guzman. President Carter will lie in state in the nation's capital today. Details from Fox's Ryan Schmelz.
Members of the public will be able to pay their respects to President Carter inside the Capitol Rotunda, where he'll lie in state starting today. The public viewing, which opens at 7 p.m. Eastern tonight, will last until Thursday, when the body of the nation's 39th president will be taken to Washington National Cathedral for a funeral service. President Carter is set to be buried in Plains, Georgia, his place of birth and nearly lifelong home. The last former president to lie in state was George H.W. Bush in 2018. On Capitol Hill, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
Donald Trump Jr. is headed to Greenland today. The trip coming after President-elect Trump expressed interest in buying Greenland for national security purposes.
President Trump's son, Donald Trump Jr., is headed to nuke Greenland for what a source told Fox News Digital is a quick day-long trip to shoot some fun video content for podcasting. Trump Jr. himself said, as someone who's traveled across the globe as an outdoorsman, that he's excited to stop in Greenland for a bit of fun this week, as he put it. The source confirmed he has no meetings with political or government officials. President-elect Trump has said the American purchase of Greenland is an absolute necessity for the sake of national security, but also freedom throughout the world. He mentioned it around the same time he said it was important for the U.S. to take back the Panama Canal. The Prime Minister of Greenland has said they are not for sale. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
It's the big dig out across multiple states today after a deadly massive winter storm pummeled the mid-Atlantic, including Washington, D.C., with heavy snow and ice. Fox Weather's Robert Ray reports.
Roads still a mess here in Indianapolis. Roads have been compromised, many different accidents. Airports in the path of this winter storm to kick off, nearly 19,000 flights either delayed or canceled. The system is still affecting the mid-Atlantic, D.C., Philly, and other areas. Hundreds of thousands of customers still out of power across multiple states, especially on that snow ice line. And the worst part about this storm is 6 people have lost their lives, including 1 child, as situations in Kansas and Missouri became too intense on those roadways.
President-elect Donald Trump pushing to make sure his agenda starts when he's sworn in. Fox's Aisha Hosni on Capitol Hill with the details.
Fox has learned Trump has invited key House Republicans to Mar-a-Lago to talk about extending his 2017 tax cuts, passing no taxes on tips, addressing border security and energy, and raising or eliminating the debt ceiling. Trump will personally meet with Freedom Caucus members who want to cut the deficit and lawmakers from states like New York who prize state and local tax breaks. Trump says his preference is to put it all into what he calls one big beautiful bill, but he's open to splitting it. Some Republicans fear one monstrous package will risk national security legislation. The Trump transition team is also urging Congress to pick up the pace on confirming Trump's nominees.
I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Ride Home with Rich Cioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, the voice of the people.
What a day to celebrate. I don't know how you guys feel, but I feel like I have a New Year's morning hangover I haven't had since college.
What you guys have done over there in this election is unbelievable. Having Pressler on all the time, having Laura Trump on, having Linda Kearns on. That stuff goes a long way.
From South Jersey to Delco, from Bucks to Montco, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware. We are the voice of the people. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's
finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there's no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. My good friends at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every window and door you buy. That's right, 40% off every expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you'll get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. The offer is for a limited time only, so act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When an injured worker left me a message that said, "You probably won't call me back, I'm just a nobody," I called him right back. Nobody's a nobody, and no one deserves a better firm than you.
He calls to tell me that he's been in an accident, and I'm just scared to death.
I couldn't have hoped for anybody better than Morgan & Morgan. It makes you feel like you're worth something.
It really did feel like family.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-511-3535. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-511-3535. 800-511-3535 or biglou.com.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A mixed day on Wall Street Monday. The Dow was down 26, but the S&P 500 was up 33, and the NASDAQ was up 243. NVIDIA hit an all-time high, its first record close in 2 months. Google also set a record high, and Bitcoin closed back over 100,000. U.S. Steel and Japan's Nippon Steel filing federal lawsuits against the Biden administration after it blocked a merger between the two companies. U.S. Steel CEO David Burritt on Fox Business.
We're going to do something with litigation to right this wrong so that our workers and our communities and our country will benefit.
President-elect Trump has also come out against the deal. And Disney's Hulu Plus live TV service will merge with Fubo. Disney will own 70% in a deal expected to close within 18 months. Fubo stock up over 250% after the announcement. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
President Biden only has 13 days left in office. Ending a term his administration touts set a record, conserving more land and water than any president ever. And a big chunk of that came in an executive order yesterday, preserving 625 million acres of ocean and a ban on offshore drilling off the entire U.S. East Coast and in parts of the Gulf of Mexico and Pacific and near Alaska. The president says in a statement he's protecting coastal communities, marine ecosystems, and fishing and recreation and tourism, and he adds the risks and harm drilling in those areas could cause outweigh the limited fossil fuel potential.
The intent behind it is to exact political revenge.
That's incoming White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who tells Fox the Biden order is a disgrace.
This is the radical left environmental extremists in his administration who don't care about what's in the best interest of the American people who just reelected President Trump with a resounding mandate to drill, baby, drill.
The president-elect wants to increase oil and gas production when he returns to Washington.
If I had to describe President Biden's energy policy, I would describe it as a vindictive energy policy.
Phil Flynn is a senior energy market analyst at the Price Futures Group and a Fox Business contributor.
It seems like whatever President Trump tried to achieve in the last administration when it came to energy production, he wanted to reverse, whether it be kill the Keystone Pipeline, put on drilling moratoriums on federal lands. And a lot of it seemed to be partly driven by his overall agenda, but more so because he didn't like President Trump. And I think this is another example of President Biden making a decision strictly for selfish political purposes without looking at the big picture and its impact on daily Americans.
Okay, so this order, though, how much were these areas that he's now preserving really going to be used for oil and gas drilling?
Well, the American Petroleum Institute, which are the guys that actually do the drilling or represent the guys that do the drilling, say it's a disastrous situation. You know, why close the door on U.S. oil and gas production when we do it better and cleaner than anyone else in the world? In fact, if you're worried about greenhouse gas emissions, actually offshore oil production is the cleanest form of energy production known to man. And have there been mistakes in the past? Have there been leakages? Absolutely. But the benefits have far outweighed the negatives, right? For the economy, for economic growth. So from that viewpoint, it actually is very important to get a handle on that. Listen, the big picture is that we had a president under Biden that saw the U.S. oil and gas industry as an enemy. Right? He did everything he could to make their lives miserable, right? Not only drilling moratoriums, but accusing them of being price gougers and accusing them of, being war profiteers, right? But yet he empowered places like Iran, where Iran was able to export billions of barrels of oil that should have been, U.S. oil and gas producers here in the U.S. And the policies really led to global instability. So this is where you get back to when you limit the U.S. producers and allow other people to take advantage of it, that's where the problem comes in.
Okay, well, Biden's supporters and the administration says, wait, despite that supposed attack on the industry, in 2023, there was more U.S. crude oil production than any other country ever in history, more than the U.S. peak in 2019. And in 2024, we've set records for monthly U.S. oil production. We've seen gas with record productions. So how do you explain that?
I would explain it very simply is that It didn't happen under his administration because the work that went into drilling those wells and the investment, happened years before that. It's not like you flip a switch and oil production goes up automatically, right? Even though we hit this record high, we're seeing signs that it's starting to peak off because there's a lag effect from these things. You have to continually invest to keep oil production up. And because we have put away investment and we discourage investment in oil and gas, we're going to see that develop. A lot of the wells that are producing this record amount of oil were drilled before President Biden were in the office. It's called drilled but uncompleted wells. During COVID, we had a record amount of drilled but uncompleted wells. When Biden came into office, he wouldn't approve new drilling permits. So what did they do? They went back to these old wells, brought them back online, and that's where the production came from, right? But where's the production going to come from tomorrow? Because we've used all those wells that were drilled under President Trump. I'll tell you this, we better start drilling again. Otherwise, U.S. oil production is going to peak. It's going to start going back down. Just today, Saudi Arabia raised the selling price for oil. Why is that? Because they're confident that they can raise prices and not have to lose market share to the U.S. that is showing signs that because of 4 years of underinvestment, we could see supply starting to peak out.
Okay. All right. Now, I know that the goal is to make the U.S. energy independent, but the oil that we drill here, this isn't the oil that we have in our car, that we refine for our cars, is it? I mean, don't we have to trade with our overseas partners?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to oil, there's different quality oil. There's lighter oil here in the U.S. There's heavier oil in other parts of the world. So there's a lot of, we're going to have to trade oil. But at the end of the day, the United States has the ability to be the major, not only the major producer, but, basically call the shots in the global oil market. When we look at the economy of the future, it's going to be artificial intelligence. It's going to be data centers. And we have woefully prepared for that coming economy.
Let me ask you about AI. Is that technology going to help the industry potentially locate more oil or gas reserves we didn't know about?
Absolutely. Listen, it's going to impact every business on the planet. It's going to make them more efficient. It's going to make them smarter about how they extract oil. It's going to teach them how to do it even cleaner than they're doing it today, right? And so, yes, I mean, this is one of the more transforming things to the economy since the internet, okay? And that's what I'm saying. It's like, hey, guys, we're worried about, the economy of the past, this energy transition, which has been a failure, no matter how you measure it, right? I mean, what have we got for all the billions of dollars that we've spent on this energy transition? We got nothing, okay? We've got, record coal demand in China. We've got record coal demand around the world. We've got greenhouse gas emissions that are rising. So let's face reality, and let's do it better and cleaner. And only then can we make that progress. And if we're going to, compete with China, if we're going to compete with India and the economy of the future, we better get going on our energy infrastructure. We've got to face the reality that wind and solar is in no way, has the ability to power these data centers. We need to be looking at nuclear. We need to be looking at natural gas.
Now back to President-elect Trump. He said this over and over again during the campaign against Vice President Harris.
Starting on day one of my new administration, I will end Kamala's war on Pennsylvania energy, and we will frack, 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 and drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill, baby, drill.
That was at an October Trump rally in Allentown, Pennsylvania, but what exactly is the drill, baby, drill plan, and what will it mean for the oil and gas industry?
Streamline regulations, right? One of the biggest concerns about the U.S. oil and gas industry is an energy policy that was based on emotion and not reality, and based on being vindictive and, hey, we don't like oil and gas, so we're going to drag you through the ringer to get an approval on your project, or kick the can down the road for many, many years and cost you millions and billions of dollars just because we have a political agenda, right? And so get rid of that. Let's look at this energy thing from a pure, supply versus demand versus economy. And we are responsible in this country by supplying cheap natural gas, not only to us and to the world, by reducing greenhouse gas emissions a heck of a lot more than wind and solar ever did. And we have to keep that in mind. We need to get back to energy reality, not energy pie in the sky.
All right. One last thing. President-elect Trump has said, look, 1 year after I take office, I'm going to have energy costs cut in half for the American people. How can that even happen?
No, I think that's going to be a tough goal, and I don't even know if he really wants that. But I think what he's going to say is that he's going to keep the cost lower, compared to economic growth, and I think that's doable. But to go in and say, the gasoline prices are going to be $1.50 when you go fill up, I think that's going to be a tough go. But I think what he's saying behind that is an era of lower prices, right? Prices. The path we're on now, okay, with underinvestment in oil and gas, the prices are only going to go up. And even the Biden administration would admit that their energy policies are going to are going to make energy prices go up. If you make fossil fuels more expensive with regulation, it's going to add to the cost. It's common sense, right? I don't want the government impacting every bit of my life, because it's more about government control, than it is about energy independence. And I think people are starting to wake up to that fact. And I think that's one of the reasons, President Biden has to give us a parting shot out the door to, the American people.
Phil Flynn, Senior Energy Market Analyst at the Price Futures Group, Fox Business Contributor. Great to get your insight. Great to talk to you. Thanks, Phil.
Great to talk to you, too.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Former CIA officer Jason Hansen here. In my line of work, I've seen firsthand how fast the world can change. With rising geopolitical tensions and inflation eating your buying power, it's time to take action. For me, that means gold. And for gold, I exclusively trust Advantage Gold. I urge you to do the same. Call them now at 800-900-8000 for a free gold guide to discover the security that comes with owning precious metals. Again, call 800-900-8000 today.
Paid for by Advantage Gold. Performance may vary. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Always consult your financial and tax professional.
You want to show that special person in your life how much you care? Then start the new year off with the 5 C's from Cozy Jewelers. I'm talking about color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the Cozy Touch. Our diamonds showcase vibrant color, precision cut, unparalleled clarity, and a carat that captures hearts. All of that adds up to an unforgettable gift, and that is the Cozy Touch. So for any special occasion, there is only one place to shop, Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, or online at CozyJewelers.com.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades, using only the best CertainTeed products. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
Fox News, I'm Sue Gussman. A judge in President-elect Trump's New York hush money case denies his request to delay sentencing. Fox's Gernal Scott.
The Trump defense team has said appeals still underway have to play out before any sentencing can happen. The defense also cited the presidential transition. The Manhattan DA's office disputed that, saying the transition is not an official act.
Sentencing scheduled for Friday. Washington, D.C. dealing with its biggest snowstorm in years. Some schools and government offices closed after 6 to 12 inches fell. Maryland, Governor Wes Moore is urging people to stay off the road so the cleanup can continue.
Please make sure that your vehicles are prepared, and please make sure that your vehicles are weather ready. Drive slow, be safe, and stay behind the plows.
Storm has left 7 people dead. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The dynasty in Fargo continues. North Dakota State football spoiled Montana State's perfect season, beating the Bobcats 35-32 Monday night in the FCS National Championship game. Montana State was looking to win its first title since 1984, but Bison quarterback Cam Miller threw for 2 touchdowns and rushed for 2 more, including a 64-yarder in the first quarter. North Dakota State has now won 5 titles in the last 8 years, though the Bison had not topped the FCS since 2021. With the victory, the Bison stopped Montana State from becoming the second team in modern college football to have a 16-0 season, a feat North Dakota State accomplished in 2019. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I don't even like the tone of, now's the time to join with our Allstate representatives and agents in your community to bring up togetherness and do away with divisiveness and all that. Now's not the time to sell. And yeah, I mean, tone deaf, you could call it a lot of things. I call it just stupid to go that route. This is not a time to shine a light on, boy, you know, we're just really not together and things like this are happening because we're not together. No, there's no even trying to find the other side of this or anything. One person decided to take human lives in a terror attack. There's no, hey, we need to be better or we need to be more together. No, let's talk about the evil that is, and let's stand with the victims in the city of New Orleans and the first responders and the police department and the FBI and everyone that's working to make things safe in the wake of a terror attack. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most: happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best, better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. UPS is building a healthcare empire to offset revenue losses in its core package delivery business. It hopes to double its $10 billion healthcare revenue by 2026 with shipments of medicines, lab samples, and test results. It also plans to rent out lab space near its main cargo hub in Louisville, Kentucky, where medical companies can process test results within hours. As part of the plan, UPS will ditch its trademark brown for navy blue in its healthcare division. 5 years after debuting plans for a living laboratory, Toyota says its futuristic city at the base of Japan's Mount Fuji will welcome its first 100 residents by this fall or shortly thereafter. The car company says the first residents will be mostly Toyota's own employees and their families, but it will expand to about 2,000 residents as part of its initial phases. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I'd gotten hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds. When they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or emailed, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text DANDY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text DANDY to 42424. That's DANDY to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, January 7th. It is indeed Kayal Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Sean Farish, guest co-hosting for Greg Stocker today. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers on a day in which we will have a major station announcement coming up in less than 1 hour, 7 o'clock this morning.
Woohoo!
Be there or be square. Dawn Stenslin, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Did you enjoy your January 6th yesterday?
I did.
I did too.
I enjoyed January 6th, Nick Kayal, because I look forward to January 20th.
Ah, yes. Down to 13 days as the left waits for the next 364 days where they can wait to tell us about the 5-year anniversary of J6. Sean Farish down in Nashville, Tennessee. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, we're doing good. It's January 6th is always a fun time now, ever since J6 2021. You know, on January 5th, we said it was Certification Day Eve, so I left out a bottle of Hennessy and some collard greens, so when Kamala Harris comes down the chimney, she certified the right president. And that's exactly what we did.
Well played, sir. Well played. All right, we got
I do my best, you know that? I do my best.
And
nobody does a better job.
And we're going to have
does.
to get Mr. President's thoughts on the latest company ditching DEI. It's perhaps maybe his favorite company of all time, short of his own companies. So we'll get to that as we continue. This morning, a big take today on not only Donald Trump, but also Justin Trudeau. Perfect timing to have Sean Farish in today for Queen Justine.
Queen Justine. Queen Justine, right? You know, they have a phrase called, I came, I saw, I conquered. You have Queen Justine. He came, he peed. He sat, he peed, he left. He's out, right?
Yes.
We call them seated urinators. That's what we call them.
Indeed. Great day for North America yesterday. That'll be the theme of the big take. Kamala certifies the election. Sonny Hostin compares January 6th to the Holocaust. Oh, God almighty. I just, 9/11, Pearl Harbor. What the hell? Let's shoot for the Holocaust while we're at it, right?
Time for another legal note, right?
Yep. The legal team just handed me this note during the break. I must remind you that the allegations against Matt Gaetz are merely allegations for the 57th time. We'll get to all of that. The cut sheet loaded as well. Also, the NFL and crying racism as the regular season comes to a close. And also, this blockbuster sexual scandal with a bunch of allegations at Fox Sports and maybe what this means for the women's movement, or the women's movement, I should say, in the sports media landscape. We'll get Dawn's thoughts on this as a very talented female broadcaster that has had to deal with a lot of buffoonery, I'm sure, in television. We'll lean on her for her expertise with that and a whole lot more. But before we get to all of it, let's get to the news round number 1 at 6:04. As I said, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal Company News Live by Meineke, our sponsor, as we are in a deep freeze. I'll talk about the Arctic blast that we are experiencing and the snow totals in a moment. We want to get to this story being investigated by Philadelphia police after a 15-year-old boy was shot. This happened in Northeast Philadelphia. It happened yesterday morning, second floor bedroom inside a home there in the 5400 block of Oakland Street. We're told that this 15-year-old boy was shot twice in his thigh. The fire department had to be called to break down the front door to get into this home. So then police say they were told the suspect ran away from the scene after that shooting. So they are checking, detectives checking those surveillance cameras in the area for a description of the suspect. We're told that this teen is in stable condition. We don't know if he was well enough to be questioned by the authorities. So was this a burglary, a break-in? I just don't have that information.
Well, that's not every day that the fire department gets involved, especially if the front door is locked or barricaded, but the suspect has fled. Makes you think they probably went out the back door and didn't want you to get in, through the front to save this guy who's been shot in his leg.
Yeah, so there's so much here, Nick, but that's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
That there was obviously the 911 call, a call for help. They knew somebody in there was injured and needed, and called for a mayday, and then they couldn't get in.
Right. Wow. Just awful.
So just some frantic moments there as we try to get the latest for you. Want to get the latest on these snow totals? Obviously, yesterday the big story was the first big storm of the year, if you will, 2025. And so looking at that, it looks like, as we talked about yesterday, we knew that south of us, in other words, South Jersey, as well as Delaware, they were the ones expected to get more. And that really is consistent with the numbers. Cape May, 8 inches, Ocean City, 5 inches, AC, the Atlantic City Airport, 4 inches. And then looking at Dover, 5.5 inches, Woodside, 7.3 inches. They were the ones, like we thought yesterday, that it was, South Jersey, Delaware. For us, officially, at the airport, Philadelphia International, where there still are more delays today after yesterday's, domino impact of all those flight cancellations and so on. But Philadelphia International, not even 2 inches, 1.8 inches. Center City, officially, 1.2 inches. I was looking for, it looks like Berwyn, 3.5 inches, and Ben Salem, a little over 2 inches in Ben Salem in that part of Bucks County.
Yeah, I got so many takeaways from yesterday. As you know, my girls had virtual school yesterday because of the weather. So, with virtual, they call it a full day, but they only had class for 2 hours and 45 minutes. They started at 9 a.m. yesterday, Dawn, and then they closed up at 11:45 and shut it down for the day. And that counts as a full day. I'm so, annoyed with that. Either just go in, it was less than 2 inches in Bluebell, or just do the virtual for the full day, or give them the entire day off. I'm not sure what you accomplish in a normal 7 to 8 hour school day where you go virtual for 2 hours and 45 minutes.
It's okay. I'm going to disagree with you because I learned this from the nuns, Sisters of St. Joseph, who never had to deal with a snow day, because it's all about the money, the funding, and a forced snow day because we have all these mandates with hours. So what the school is saying is, as long as we can do that little bit, and they probably had it down to the nanosecond.
Oh, yes.
You know what I mean?
Laptops were shut at 11:45, closed.
So that's all they needed to say we don't have to do a snow day.
Okay.
That's it. So that's what it's about. And they can make up the work. They know that they can.
Yeah. I just
I
looked
wish
at
I
him.
went to school in this day and age.
You get off for everything.
We would have, if you didn't go in because there was no virtual, like you lose it and they pull the day from like Memorial Day weekend when the weather's nice.
Yeah.
It would be nice to trade an 8-hour day for a 2-hour day.
But
That
who
is
wouldn't do
that is a
that,
great
right?
trade.
Yeah.
That's a art of the deal. Whoever worked that out got a great deal. I can tell you. I mean, like seriously, right?
Yeah.
Seriously. What
This
are we
is good.
What are we doing?
I know.
And in New Jersey, right, you don't need to be qualified to teach anymore.
Right. You don't have
No
to be able
reading,
to
no
read
writing,
or
you
write, do
yeah.
math. Yeah.
You might as well, yeah. You could just,
Right.
why even go to school for teaching? Just
That's right.
Yeah, a homeschooling group had told me that middle school, because I know your girls are basically middle school
Yep.
now, right? So 5th to 8th grade, it's pretty much review anyway. This is what because we're Pennsylvania, a huge homeschooling
Yep.
state. And so what a lot of people say is a lot of this is just review anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I walked in and my daughters tried to weasel out their cell phones. I'm like, no, give me those phones. No, this is a school day. No. Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
I was like, Daddy's going to take the nap. I don't want to hear anything about a damn phone when I come down either.
They're like, we need our phone for second
Yeah.
confirmation.
Mom!
Yeah.
I'm like, Mom's working. All right.
Ouch. Well, we also, so if we look at today's weather, the story, there are some slippery areas, even out on Market Street. They just reported, I guess there's a pileup. There are some traffic lights out as you come into parts of Center City. So traffic lights out, some pileups.
It was safe. I texted you guys yesterday as I was leaving at 10. It's amazing to me. Now, the roads were not bad yesterday, but that does not mean you can do the full speed limit. And then at the last second, like you're saying, as you approach a light at Market Street or as you approach a stop sign, as you merge onto the Vine Street Expressway, that you could go the normal full speed and then just jam your brakes on at the last moment. I saw so many people that were driving fine, Dawn, and then as they got close to a stop sign or a stoplight, with the sludge buildup in their tires and in their wheels, you knew that their steering wheel kind of locked up a little bit, and I could just see their car shimmy left and shimmy right. Like, is this our first day at school here? What are we doing?
Yeah, no shimmying.
No shimmying.
So the big story for us is, after the big storm, is the Arctic blast. It's actually 19 degrees right now, 19 degrees. So we are heating up to 34, if you will, but it's an Arctic blast all week long. And the headline today is 40+ mile-an-hour winds. And because this snow was, what would you say? It's very light snow. And so it's not the snowman kind of packing snow. A lot of blowing around with the snow going on. So you want to watch the visibility as we move through the day. But many communities, including in Philadelphia, many municipalities declaring that code blue emergency, because anybody who, if your heat goes out, whatever that is, they want people, it's just too cold, pipes freezing, that sort of thing. So just a warning out there that this frigid weather continues through the week. Crews making sure, treating the bridges, the ramps, which do get extra slippery, those overpasses, all the warnings are out there. You know the deal. And they're monitoring these gusty winds that I've been talking about in the event that trees and branches come down. We've talked a lot about that since last fall?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
With some just freak accidents, deadly accidents involving trains, motorists, people in their backyard with these large trees getting blown around, or huge branches killing people.
We've seen a lot of branches on the Schuylkill, especially as you approach City Avenue over towards Bala. Yep.
Bizarre. So we've got that going on. So just please be safe. And all the experts are saying, hey, if you can work virtually, go for it. A lot of schools are doing a delayed start today.
Another delay.
Not in Philadelphia, but I think more in the suburbs, where the school buses have to deal with the side roads that might still be icy.
Oh yeah. Yep.
And I just want to point this out. We do have a 7.0 plus earthquake, Tibet. 95 killed at least. And we also have bird flu suspected as killing as many as 200 snow geese in our area in Pennsylvania. And this is your neck of the woods, your home, birthplace, Nick Kayal, Northampton County.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Bird flu in my old neck of the woods. Great.
Bird flu.
Not with people, but Canadian geese. But in other words, it's here.
Yeah. Will it jump from species to species?
And that
China.
I did not know that cats can get sick with the bird flu.
Another
So
reason to be a
don't-
dog person.
Well, and keep your kitty cat inside. One more reason to not let them escape to the outside, because if they, let's say, eat a sick bird,
right,
they can actually contract bird flu, which, as we know, that could be deadly. For
Better
your
be
cat.
careful, Sean Ferris. Sean Ferris has a cat.
Oh,
We got a couple cats here, but we're in Tennessee. We don't have bird flu in Tennessee.
That's right.
It doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist.
You know, we have like a dome, a protective dome over the state.
The
There's
Iron
all
Dome.
bad things.
The
in here.
Iron Dome.
Except you have the Davidson County and Metro PD in Nashville that are just not cooperating with Tennessee state law about how many illegals are in the criminal system. So
Yeah.
we're gonna need Tom Holman to come down here and just kind of smack him around a little bit. That's all. 13 days.
You should take Tom Homan down to Broadway in Nashville, grab a couple of drinks, and then kick out the bad hombres.
That's it. We'll go under the bridge. There's a bunch of bad hombres. They're all leaving. That's the end of that.
Get out.
Yeah. Out. All of you. Afuera. That's it. Out. That's it.
So a lot of news that we'll be talking about with regard to Trump. Obviously, the certification vote yesterday, so much happening. Want to get to our sponsor, Meineke. When you step on your brakes, you hear that squeal or a grinding noise, don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke and their expert technicians. They're going to diagnose the problem for you. Find a location near you, Meineke.com. That's MEINEKE.com. Thank you, Meineke, for sponsoring Kayal Company News Live. Today, we will see the sun. Blustery day, high winds, up to 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts, so be safe. But the sun does come out, 34 degrees. Kayal Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:15 Tuesday morning. Let's get to another big take.
The Big Take on Kayal Company.
The big take this morning, a great day for North America. January 6th, 2025 will go down as a great day for the United States of America, as well as our neighbors to the north, Canada. It shall be remembered first and foremost as the day that Donald Trump was certified as president of the United States for a second time. It'll also be remembered as the day that Justin Trudeau was canned, the Canadian Prime Minister quitting, or as some would say, the 51st governor of the United States finally accepting and admitting defeat as one of the weakest, most inept, and actually historically unpopular leaders on the planet. It was a double dip reminder that left-wing progressivism and wokeism is dead. The left-wing era of politics has come and gone. It has crashed and burned, hopefully, never to resurrect itself again. Meanwhile, populism is on the rise. Conservative leaders are cool again, and common sense is in charge again. But make no mistake about it, the left is still oblivious to how they lost and equally bitter in defeat over 2 months later. But Kamala Harris, well, she continues to shatter glass ceilings. That's right. She became the first female to certify her own election loss. Here's the Veep with a little extra saltiness in her delivery in another pre-recorded message yesterday morning. Listen and watch.
The peaceful transfer of power is one of the most fundamental principles of American democracy. As much as any other principle, it is what distinguishes our system of government from monarchy or tyranny. Today at the United States Capitol, I will perform my constitutional duty as Vice President of the United States to certify the results of the 2024 election. This duty is a sacred obligation, one I will uphold, guided by love of country, loyalty to our Constitution, and my unwavering faith in the American people. As we have seen, our democracy can be fragile, and it is up to then each one of us to stand up for our most cherished principles and to make sure that in America, our government always remains of the people, by the people, and for the people. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America.
You have to love the verbiage, right? Democracy. The message that she was running on that failed. Democracy. The fact that Democrats subverted it by booting Joe off the ticket and trying to install her. Democracy, hypocrisy. We're now inside of 2 weeks until Donald Trump's inauguration as he makes his return to the White House. Here was Kamala Harris's official certification before the people of the United States of America. Listen and watch.
70. The votes for President of the United States are as follows. Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 312 votes. Kamala D. Harris. Kamala D. Harris of the state of California has received 226 votes.
Oh, man, how about that for a slice of humble pie? And look at MAGA Mike in the background with that smirk. Simply beautiful. The second beautiful element of Trump's certification yesterday was witnessing the left and the legacy media continue to hang on to their precious January 6th, 2021 memories and narratives. Everybody in the establishment and everyone involved with the machine, they tried to drill it into America's head for 4 straight years that January 6, 2021 was the darkest day in American history, and they failed. They failed because you, the people, rejected that narrative and stayed focused on the issues that matter to everyday Americans. The truth is, 6 months of BLM riots were far more insidious and consequential than anything that happened at the Capitol 4 years ago. And we've heard stupid comparisons to 9/11, to December 7th, 1941. And now, get ready for this, we now get a comparison to the Holocaust. That's right, and why not? After all, Trump is Hitler, right? Sunny Hostin of The View, perhaps the dumbest woman on television, compared J6 to the Holocaust yesterday on ABC. Listen and watch.
I think we need to find moral clarity, in this country. And I just remember after January 6th, you had someone like Mitch McConnell placing the blame on January 6th where it belonged, squarely on Donald Trump's shoulders. And then you started seeing people backtrack that and losing their moral center. You had Condoleezza Rice, I believe, on this very show saying, we need to move on from January 6th. I say no. You don't move on because January 6th was an atrocity. It was one of the worst moments in American history. And when you think about the worst moments in American history, like World War II, things that happened, like the Holocaust, chattel slavery, we need to never forget because past becomes prologue if you forget any race. I want to ask you.
I wonder if Sonny had to read another legal disclaimer from the suits at Disney after that absurdly asinine statement. And it's very hard to follow up Sonny Hostin, but we will let Canada try. Huge breaking news coming down mid-morning yesterday as Justin Trudeau is on his way out in Canada. Listen and watch this.
So last night over dinner, I told my kids about the decision that I'm sharing with you today. I intend to resign as party leader, as prime minister, after the party selects its next leader through a robust, nationwide, competitive process. Last night, I asked the president of the Liberal Party to begin that process. This country deserves a real choice in the next election, and it has become clear to me that if I'm having to fight internal battles, I cannot be the best option in that election.
Donald Trump posting the following yesterday afternoon on Truth Social, saying many people in Canada love being the 51st state. The United States can no longer suffer the massive trade deficits and subsidies that Canada needs to stay afloat. Justin Trudeau knew this and resigned. If Canada merged with the U.S., there would be no tariffs. Taxes would go way down, and they would be totally secure from the threat of the Russian and Chinese ships that are constantly surrounding them. Together, what a great nation it would be, end quote. And make no mistake about it, folks, Donald Trump's troll game is as good as anybody's. But there is some truth in what he said. And just further proof that it's over for the far left, Newsweek with the following headline, quote, Justin Trudeau at the end of modern progressive experiment, the end for the far left. They write the following. In the early days of the pandemic, Trudeau would hold regular briefings from the same spot in front of the handsome 2-story Georgian Revival mansion he has called home for the last decade. It was a reminder of days past when Canadians would rally around their prime minister as he delivered updates on the virus and efforts of the government to contain it. Fast forward to today when the 53-year-old one-time icon of the modern progressive movement announced that he would resign from office after losing the support of both Canadian voters and high-ranking members of his own Liberal Party, which is on track for a crushing defeat in the national elections that must take place by October. And speaking of that, according to Polymarket, you remember Polymarket, the betting odds market that showed that Trump was going to roll to victory, they say there's a 92% chance that conservative Pierre Poilievre is the next prime minister of Canada. How cool is that? And it's been 63 days since the election, and the Democrats, the legacy media, and the left-wing lunatics, they still haven't learned a thing. And for the sake of more winning, now and in the future, that's just fine by me. 13 days until more tears flow. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal Company.
Big take this morning. If you would like to jump in, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat, we'll come back, get Dawn and Sean's reaction to a busy day yesterday with Kamala certifying Trump and Trudeau announcing that he will be stepping down. It's Kayal Company live on a Tuesday morning. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Dr. Marty Makari. First of all, I got to tell you off the record, my kids have lice. Any advice?
There is a good protocol for lice, but it's a lot more common than people think.
So I'm not going to die or anything, right?
You're going to live.
He's a world-renowned surgeon at Johns Hopkins, and you're wasting his time talking about lice.
That seems like the most apt thing to ask a professor of medicine.
Exactly. I loved his answer. He's like, yeah, it's really common.
Like, shut up. Why are you asking me this? My time is valuable.
Rich Cioli, weekday afternoons, 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there's no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. My good friends at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every window and door you buy. That's right, 40% off every expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you'll get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. The offer is for a limited time only, so act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to Virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit EasyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steiners from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhouse Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber690.org.
Hey, Joe DeCamry here. You know, when you're making your New Year's resolutions, be sure to think about your car and your wallet, and then head on over to United Tire and Service. Taking care of your car and saving money is a resolution you can actually keep thanks to United Tire. From new tires to full inspections, oil changes, and more, United Tire and Service will keep your car in shape without breaking the bank. Stop by your locally owned United Tire and Service or go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Store closing. Turn 7. Liquidators for the country's largest retailers must vacate and liquidate Philadelphia meals immediately at up to 90% off online prices. Our massive loss is your gain. Turn 7. Closing below cost liquidation. Hurry. Turn 7 liquidations.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
Kayal Company as we continue live on a Tuesday morning. Mikhail, Don Stensland, Sean Farish. Sean in for Greg today, Phil Lomquist, and Jimmy Kelly here. Big station announcement coming up in just about a half hour, so stay tuned for 7 o'clock. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45. So a very busy day yesterday, as every day is, honestly. And I would expect that to continue straight through Inauguration Day coming up in just about 13 days from now. But really a great day yesterday for North America. Kamala Harris once again being the trailblazer that she is, certifying Trump's victory. Trudeau coming out saying, I'm done, and we will let the whole process play out. It's the end of soy as we know it. Dawn Stensland, your thoughts. I'll start with you on a glorious day for us here in the continental United States and to our buddies with bad beer up north.
I think that, the sign to me was watching the vice president, who seemed, I don't know if she maybe took an edible, seemed very laid back, seemed a little even giggly at times. Yeah. For somebody who thinks that the president of the United States, the president-elect, who, is a dangerous, violent danger to democracy.
Hitler.
Hitler. I mean, she seemed pretty laid back. Must have been heavily medicated.
Yeah.
And what was Trump talking about? And this is why he focuses on what matters. What he was aggravated about was Biden with that last-minute action over the drill baby drill, essentially.
Offshore.
And that's what Trump was reacting to on Truth Social and Carolyn Levitt. They were talking about energy, making us energy independent. And I think that just shows you, like, Trump, he's just focused on what's important to all of us.
Yep, I agree. And when he does stay focused, I mean, he is a runaway freight train, and he will deliver, not on everything. No politician is 100%. But he'll get things accomplished. Sean Farish, glad to have you in as well, because not only is it Trump's certification, but it's the end of the world as we know it up north for your gal, Queen Justine.
Oh, man. I paid a lot of time in, was it 2022 with the Canadian truckers watching that? I mean, I was glued to those scenes, watching like Rebel News and all those folks that were covering it, Lincoln J from inside. And when the horses came out and they trampled the peaceful protesters, I was like, man, this guy's got to go. And it just looked like at that point he had such a grip on power, Queen Justine. Well, we'll do it. Bill Parcells used to do it. I think it was Terry Glenn. He just kept referring to her as him, as she, right? So, Queen Justine had such a grip on power. I never thought she would leave, but she's out, right? She's gone. And it's got to be great for the residents of Canada. But here's the thing. Right. Just like we did here. And we got a great victory on November 5th, 2024. We got to make it count. Right. You have to, if you want societal change, and you have to go out there and push for it and change it. But it's a step in the right direction. And I happen to think it's hilarious that Donald Trump, who's not president yet, was able to troll a head of state into resigning. I mean, when have you ever seen this? And he keeps talking about Greenland. Which I have to say this, right? It's a beautiful island. We love it. It's the Aurora Borealis. They call it the Northern Lights. And I created those, right? I did a fantastic job. A lot of people didn't know what was happening. It was solar wind. They call it solar wind, or as I call it, a movement from the backside of Chris Christie. That's what I can tell you. But it was, I really am excited for the future, not just of the country, but of course, the continent. Do I think we're going to absorb Canada? I don't.
No.
Do I think Donald Trump gets a rise out of kind of poking, hey, we're going to annex you. We're going to annex. Because now I think one of these Canadian politicians like, oh, yeah, well, we'll take California and Washington. Take them.
Good. Have
take them. Have them.
Nobody
By
wants
all
them.
means, we will replace California with Greenland. I am fine with that. Okay. You want to take Washington State? It's yours. You want to take Oregon? That's also yours. You want to take California? But I will ship it to you for free.
Yep.
You can have California.
You could take New York. You could take Maine. You could take a lot. We could give up 8 states right now. I'll do an 8 for 1.
That's fine. 8 states, 8 of our craziest. In New York City, they're doing the MTA. Did you hear what the MTA CEO said? The subway crime is all in your head. Oh, okay. Yeah. I guess she didn't actually get lit on fire. I got it. No problem.
Right.
That's fine. Just like Jared Paulus in Colorado, all the apartment complex is being taken over. It's imaginary. Yep. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. I'm sorry. I'm glad we all dreamed that up. Like, oh, yeah. Take the states. Yep. Take them. Washington, California, take them.
You know what I really love about all of this, and you saw it in Argentina with Javier Milei. You've seen it now for a second time with Trump. I cited Polymarket in the big take, 92% chance that the conservative candidate will be the next prime minister of Canada. You're seeing this rejection of the far left, near and far, across the planet. You've seen so many European countries that have shifted towards this, and you could call it what you want, conservatism, populism, nationalism, common sense policies, anything right of center. And it's glorious in two regards, because what we saw with Biden and Harris, what we saw with Trudeau, what we've seen with all these far leftist leaders is not only do they not deliver results, they cater to the fringes. And upon doing that, they also constrict your freedoms. How many freedoms and civil liberties and rights have been violated? And you hear Kamala talking about tyranny. I mean, these left-wing power-hungry people are tyrants. Gavin Newsom in California. This is, I believe, a collective uprising and a rejection of what was really, I think, the creation of 2020. They saw an opportunity with the pandemic. They wanted to tighten the noose around you in every facet of your freedom and your all of your right, everything that we are granted as Americans, specifically here in this country, much less other countries. And they got greedy, and then they took things like George Floyd and identity politics, and then they just catered to the 3% of society that believes this nonsense. And I really think that this is a civil uprising of getting change through the electoral process and saying, we're done with this absurdity. My only question is, will this ever rise back up again? And that's the thing that concerns me, not in the next 4 years, not in the next 2 or 3 elections, but in my lifetime, will we see a progressive reboot? I think that's the only question at this point. I mean, Sean, I'm not sitting here saying we're never going to have a Democrat president again. I mean, if there's a moderate Democrat out there, or even kind of like an old school classic liberal, I think we'll see one of those again. I just hope we do not end up with this progressive nonsense again.
No, it's up to the people of the country to remain engaged, right? You know, everyone talks about how 2024 was a political realignment, and it was. But I don't like referring to it as something that's already finished, because I think it's only beginning, right? There are so many more members of the Latino community, the Black community, the Jewish community that are still yet to come around to, you know, to the America first kind of populism, common sense. Wait, it doesn't even have to be, you don't even have to be full blown, you know, MAGA, put the red hat on. But you, if you want your freedoms, if you want lower taxes, if you want cheaper gas and more affordable housing and better, you know, energy costs, and when you go into the grocery store, if you don't want to feel like you got beat over the head with a rusty shovel when you're doing the self checkout, then you might want to stop voting for the blue policies. And I think. Look at, I think U-Haul just came out with their statistics for a couple of years at 23 or 24.
Yep.
You know, Tennessee is in the top 5, Florida, of Texas, all these states where people are moving to. And post 2020, there were new trends that emerged. As you had mentioned, the pandemic and, you know, putting that noose around your neck and really just clamping down on what government decided we were allowed to do. And a lot of folks who left those blue states before 2020 were Democrats, were liberals who would flee to a red state because they felt like they could more affordably live there, but they'd still continue to vote the same way. Well, after 2020, after people like myself experienced the hell that was New York, folks in California that experienced Gavin Newsom, folks that experienced Whitmer in Michigan or Murphy in New Jersey, right? You know, after that, it was a lot of people like me who left. That were, you know, as folks now in Tennessee would say, oh, you're one of the good ones. So yes, right. After 2020, those trends kind of flipped where we've kind of almost polarized in a way. And it's not good when it comes to like national unity. But when you're talking about a realignment, specifically the red states are going to start gaining electoral power because of so much of that in-migration.
Yeah.
And the blue states are going to lose electoral power because of out-migration.
Right.
And trends here in Tennessee, 85% of residents who left California for Tennessee since 2020 are voting Republican.
Oh, that's
right?
glorious.
So
that's beautiful.
That is amazing.
Yep.
It is amazing. You know, we don't have to worry about don't count. I mean, we still have to worry about it, but we have to push this. It's not just a realignment happened. It just begun.
Yep.
And I think there's a lot of people who are going to start to come around still to the point where maybe 2026 in those midterms, maybe it bucks the trends.
Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't go in the opposite party's favor.
Yeah. To your point, we referenced these numbers yesterday, the top 5 U-Haul states as far as people leaving to head to new states: South Carolina, Texas, North Carolina, Florida, Tennessee. those were the top 5 receiving new residents. The bottom 5, Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, Maine, and California. California was 50th for the 5th year in a row. I mean, if that doesn't end Gavin Newsom's political career on the national stage, I don't know what will. Because, we talked about this, and Don, we covered this, almost 2 years ago now. Remember when Newsom and DeSantis had that debate with Hannity, and we talked about how Gavin Newsom's in-laws left California for Florida?
Yes, that was the best.
If the Democrats ever roll out Gavin as their choice, you just hammer 2 or 3 things that have happened under his watch in California, you will beat him in a general election. I truly believe
Absolutely.
that. Yeah. So there you go. 855-839-1210. We will come back. We've got the top of the hour on the way where Dawn will have some news and also major station announcement coming up at 7 o'clock. I'll give you a little bit of a tease. It has something to do with 13 days from right now. 13 days from right now. That would be January 20th. Maybe you're starting to get the drift. We'll give you the details at the top of the hour. We'll wrap up when we come back. Mike Johnson says it's going to be one big, beautiful bill for Donald Trump with all the things that we want. But when do we get it? The details as we wrap up the 6 o'clock hour next.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Albert the Great Church on Welsh Road in Huntington Valley, Saturday, January 11th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Rhea here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L Certified Winter Collection Sales Event is going on now. New year, new ride. Receive special finance rates on L Certified Lexus models now through February 28th. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family owned and operated, a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Score the winning touchdown at Borgata during the Big Screen Blitz. Earn entries for your chance to be one of the lucky winners to get an 85-inch Samsung Smart TV, valued at $1,100. Drawings every Saturday, now through January 25th. Score big during the Big Screen Blitz. Only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's hear this tiger purr, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
This is a commercial for California Psychics, America's most trusted psychic network. So, if you're waiting for a sign, this is it. No, really, this is it. You won't see your soulmate's face in the clouds or your career path mapped out in your cappuccino foam. This really is it. We could add some dramatic sound effects if you'd like. So what you waiting for? Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to drive smarter with high-tech features and excellent reliability. It's time for intelligent design, plus exciting performance. Get a new vehicle you'll love. Check out the Honda Civic, Accord, or HR-V.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details.
Something amazing is happening in meteorology.
climate researchers are weathering a data storm. That's because CDW transformed their devices and infrastructure to pre-configured Lenovo ThinkPads and powerful edge-to-cloud solutions, delivering faster insights to run more accurate forecast models. So it's almost like they're controlling the weather themselves. Lenovo and CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/Lenovo Client.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251.
Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
What's better than bacon? Bacon on everything, of course. Add Hatfield bacon to every meal, from breakfast to dinner, for the perfect sizzling taste your family will love. With flavors like hardwood smoked, applewood smoked, maple brown sugar, and cuts from classic to extra thick, there's a Hatfield bacon for every recipe. Get inspired at simplyhatfield.com and discover new ways to enjoy your favorite bacon. Hatfield bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield and put pork on your fork.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I'm alright. Nobody but about me. Why you got to give me a fight? Can't you just let it be? I'm alright. Don't nobody worry about me. You got to give me a fight. Why don't you just let me be? Do what you like.
It's Kayal Company, 6:50, live on a Tuesday morning, a very frigid Tuesday. If you're watching on YouTube, our graphic says it is currently 21.9 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm going to, for the sake of warming up, I'm going to round up. I'm going to call it a flat 22 degrees. Does that make you feel better?
No.
No. 855-839-1210. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. Sean in for Greg Stocker today. We'll have some news to kick off the 7 o'clock hour, including big station news coming up at 7 a.m. Cut sheet at 7:45. And also, why is it that Democrats are so soft on illegals that commit crimes in this country, including sexual acts of violence? We're going to get to two unbelievable stories coming up here in the 7 o'clock hour. But I do want to wrap in the 6 o'clock hour here with Mike Johnson, who said on Sunday, just 2 days ago on Fox News, that he reiterated that Republicans will try to pack in as many policy items as possible into a large reconciliation bill, which would avoid the 60-vote threshold that's necessary to pass most legislation in the Senate. For those that are unaware, reconciliation legislation requires a simple majority or 50 votes in the upper chamber. And he said, quote, at the end of the day, President Trump is going to prefer, as he likes to say, one big, beautiful bill. And there's a lot of merit to that, MAGA Mike says, because we can put it all together, one big up or down vote, which can literally save the country because there are so many elements to it. And it'll give us a little bit more time to negotiate and get it right. Johnson would go on to say, there's some low-hanging fruit bills, including those that would address the border, that he will put on the floor right away for a vote. But immigration and deportation policies will also be included in the reconciliation package, as will tax cuts and energy permitting reform. So you look at the two big main issues going back to the election, the economy and immigration / the border. There's no doubt that those things will be top of mind right off the top. I wouldn't even characterize it as low-hanging fruit bills. I think these are the meat and potato type bills, the things that we care most about. I don't know how many pages it'll be. I don't know how much fine print. I have no idea, if these people that sign off for it and rubber stamp and vote are going to read all 1,372 pages. But my question is, and I'll start with you, Sean, when you think about this, just from a economy, border, energy, wars standpoint, and he says, that, by the way, that this should be in place by Memorial Day. When do you think we will start to see the fruits of the labor? whether that's really starting to feel some relief in the economy or starting to see the tangible numbers at the border as they start to plummet downward.
Well, I think the border can be fixed too with a couple of executive orders, which I don't love executive orders. I don't like, consolidating power. I'm a big, I like separation of powers. I'm a Ron Paul type of thinker. But if Joe Biden's going to throw the border open on day one of his presidency, then Donald Trump can go right ahead and undo those executive orders and at least start taking those small steps to securing the border before this bill passes. But then, of course, after it passes, you have to leave time for implementation and potential legal challenges because the Democrats are probably going to try to obstruct in any possible way that they can. The one thing, and I don't want to be picky, right? Because beggars can't be choosers, but the one thing that scares me about throwing all this stuff into one bill is that's a lot of places to hide, as Mike Johnson, big, beautiful pork. We don't need any more pork.
That's right.
That's the only thing that worries me about this, right? I want to see Donald Trump's agenda implemented. And I don't want to say at any cost, but with a 5-seat majority in the House, and it may be, maybe it's around that because that the Gates seat should be filled by then, before Memorial Day.
Mm-hmm.
But with a 5-seat majority in the House, how much are we going to have to give to get what we want to get? Because there's going to be a compromise. And I'm just saying this now on January 7th, 2025. It's not going to be 100% the bill that we want.
Yeah, of course not.
It's probably going to address a lot of what we want to address, but it's not going to be, don't be surprised if there's millions of dollars going to walking, drunk lizards on a treadmill in outer space again. Like
send in Rand Paul, send in Doge. Let's go.
Man, that's the only thing that I can think of. I want standalone bills, but can you pass them with a thin majority? And that goes back to what we said in the previous segment, that the political realignment that we witnessed in 2024, that can't be the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
We have to continue to ride that in 2026 and grow the majority and continue to push that forward so that we can push those standalone bills and really, really set this country up for success beyond just the next 4 years.
Yes. Dawn, when you think about this with Trump, it's the second time around. He's got his people this time. He knows the lay of the land. He knows the swamp. He learned a lot from the first time around. So you would think he should be even more successful. But I would argue the reality is it might be a little bit more difficult from Jump Street, just considering, in my opinion, Joe Biden and this administration, the worst administration in my lifetime. Not to give credit to Obama when Trump took over the first time, but I think most people would agree we were probably in better shape in 2017 when Trump came in the first time around versus where we are in 2025. So how do you balance, Trump should be able to kick even more ass the second time around versus he's inheriting a lot of sloppy messes that he has to clean up?
Yeah, and I know that yesterday he did an interview with Hugh Hewitt, and he said, basically that he was open to either way to get things done and get it done as soon as possible. I know that Senator Thune,
John,
had talked about. I think they all want to know, like, what does Trump want? Trump wants you to do your job.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a
That's
micromanager, right? Right, Mr. President? We're not
That's
a
right.
micromanager.
You're a very smart person, by the way. Highly respected.
So he's somebody who, right now, this is who he is. You have some of those career politicians, Thune being one of them, right? That Thune, that they want. Well, what does he want? He wants you to do your job, get it done, figure it out. And he doesn't want to sit there and tell you everything and micromanage you. He wants you to be the best at what you're supposed to be doing, figure it out, negotiate, and try to get something done as quickly as possible.
Yes.
And I think he wants the freedom to, I know that, there are those like the Chip Roys of the world and the Patriots who want to make sure that we don't overspend and our deficit, is just ballooning. But I think that he wants the freedom to get things done and to bring forth the relief, and then have some creativity there to figure out how in the world he can navigate so that we can lower the deficit. And so it's tricky.
Yeah, it is.
It's not a one trick pony over here. And so that's why I think he's just saying, work hard, get to work, figure this out, and do it as soon as possible.
And as we established last week, I know you were still on vacation, but when Sean was in, we've realized that it's actually Chip Soy, not Chip Roy, right, Sean?
That's right. Yeah, Chip Soy. That's right. Because of how he acts. He's silly. But I'll tell you what, he voted for Johnson, and I don't disagree with some of the things that he says about spending. You know what? It would be nice if we saw the Freedom Caucus in the House, and I think they do a great job. Can we just put a moratorium on literally every dollar of foreign aid?
Yeah.
Every dollar.
I would love to
It's
see
like,
that.
that's not nice I don't need to be nice to them. We got to be nice to our people.
That's right.
Stop sending money over there when we need it over here.
Yeah.
That's all.
It's the essence of the America First movement in a nutshell.
That's it.
All right, news to kick off the 7 o'clock hour when we come back, as well as a major station announcement pertaining to January 20th. Stay tuned. It's Kayal Company, but first a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, and we're talking about the Honda Prologue. It is Honda's first all-electric SUV with a range of almost 300 miles on one single charge and a fast charge time. You can cruise the roads worry-free, and it has 3 charging options to choose from, including a portable charging kit for when you're on the go, especially in this type of weather where it's 21.9 degrees outside. If you have an electric vehicle, you're going to love that charging kit on the road, on the go, and you can lease the Prologue today for as low as $299 per month. Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Springfield, Reading, or Langhorne for details. Shop online anytime at piazzahonda.com and tell them that Nick Kale sent you.
You've got the whole season planned. Shopping list, the dinner parties, who's picking up who at the airport. When someone asks, why is the heat not coming on? First you panic. You fill up a swear jar. Then you remember that Horizon Services commercial about their experts being there the same day for any problems and how they'll install a new HVAC system with no payments and 0% interest until 2025. Oh, you stop panicking and realize your swear jar will cover the Horizon visit. Book today at horizonservices.com.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat-inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Unlock your savings potential in 2025 with a First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings Account and earn as high as 3.25% annual percentage yield. Or check out competitive certificate and IRA specials. Earn more with flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our Timeshare Exit Information Kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Win big this holiday season with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal, offering the best HVAC value on new installs to keep your home warm. Save thousands instantly with no equipment markups, extended 10-year warranty, rebates, and tax credits. Plus, CNC makes budgeting for your new system easy with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York certified comfort experts, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com. Offers only for new installations through January 31st.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
Oh, a little Judas Priest as we kick off hour number 2, 7:05 here on a Tuesday morning. Kayal Company coming back with this song for a specific reason, because the big station announcement is coming up Monday, January 20th, Inauguration Day. We will be back on the road. That is correct. Starting at 6 a.m. with Kayal Company, followed by the Dawn Show from 10 to noon. And then the Dom Giordano program from noon to 3. We will all be broadcasting live at the Newtown Athletic Club in Newtown, Bucks County. Spending the morning and the afternoon with all of you Trump supporters as we usher in a new era with Donald J. Trump becoming our 47th president. And this is the beautiful part of this. It is an absolutely free event. So you just swing on by Newtown Athletic Club, Newtown, Bucks County. We start at 6 a.m. and we stay until 3 p.m., leading right into the Rich Zeoli Show. And it'll be our first public gathering of 2025. So looking forward to that.
Let's go, Harry.
Yeah, maybe Harry will be there as well. Maybe Sean Ferris will call in on Inauguration Day. How's that sound?
Make it happen.
We could make that happen?
We could make that happen. I can tell you that.
Beautiful.
First public gathering of 2025. But everybody better mask up with all that bird flu.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I think we should. Dawn, you're going to stay 6 feet from me. I'll stay 6 feet from Greg, unless we throw something at Greg, and then we'll move a little closer, because that's what I like to do sometimes on remotes. I just fire my pen at him. Just kidding. I'd be in HR. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on the show. We'll get to the cut sheet coming up at 7:45. But before all of that, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:07. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal Company News Live. This Tuesday morning, January 7th, sponsored by Wawa. We are officially 22 degrees right now, a frigid day, and we'll talk about the forecast. We have 2 shootings of teenagers, one a 15-year-old and one a 14-year-old. Separate shootings as we follow these. A 14-year-old boy in critical condition this morning following that shooting that happened last night in the Mill Creek section of West Philadelphia, according to Philadelphia police. They say they responded to 911 calls after the shooting on the unit block of Farson Street. Just after 7 o'clock last night, they were called in. They find a teenage boy with 2 gunshot wounds to his left leg. He was rushed to Penn Presbyterian Medical Center, where he was in critical condition last night. I don't know if he underwent surgery. I believe that he did overnight, but remains in critical condition. I don't even see that he's in stable condition, so we'll try to get you that condition update. But this investigation, they say, is ongoing. No arrests, no weapons, no motive, the usual verbiage here, as not a lot of information. And then a 15-year-old boy, and I told you about this in the 6 o'clock hour, 15-year-old boy shot inside a home. This happened in Northeast Philadelphia, and they say it happened early in the morning in a second-floor bedroom of the area of the home, 5400 block of Oakland Street. We don't know the circumstances. Was this a break-in, a burglary, that sort of thing, or was it domestic? We just don't have the information. We only know that this 15-year-old boy was shot twice in his thigh, and that, in fact, there were calls for help, 911 calls, and when police showed up, they needed to get the fire department there to break down that front door to get in to help this 15-year-old victim and to fully investigate that. So they're being tight-lipped about it. We only know that they rushed him to the hospital. They've stabilized his condition, but they are saying that the suspect ran away from the home.
Thankfully, we continue to be a bad aim in this city by,
It's bizarre.
hitting people in the thigh. Knock on wood.
So that teenager in stable condition, the first teen in critical, I don't have that his condition, they're not saying stable, which is not a good thing.
Right.
Very critical condition there. Apparently, the 14-year-old lost a lot of blood last night amid that shooting. So we also have word of a hospitalization of a Pennsylvania state representative, and that happened over the holiday break and days before lawmakers are returning to Harrisburg, expected to return today. And so this brings forth a lot of uncertainty beginning the new legislative session here in Pennsylvania, in Harrisburg, as lawmakers, regather, if you will. So this is a Democrat, State Representative Matt Gergely of McKeesport. We only know that he had suffered some sort of a medical emergency over the holidays that required his hospitalization, and it looks like he is not coming back anytime soon. That his medical status, we don't have the details of the medical status, what that emergency was that forced his hospitalization. Was it some kind of a stroke or a heart attack, that sort of thing? So we just don't have a lot of information, which brings me back to the Fetterman days when they were very tight-lipped about that right before an election. So I don't know if the family will be releasing a statement. So a lot of mystery surrounding this. I was searching for it for the past hour, just trying to find a condition update. What happened there? We don't have a lot of the information. But remember that Democrats technically hold a 1-vote majority in the 203-seat chamber. But you see, because of Matt Gergely's, because of the hospitalization now, it's tied.
Yeah.
What does that mean? The Democrats had hoped that they would have the advantage to give Joanna McClinton of Philadelphia yet another term as Pennsylvania's House Speaker.
I'm going to go out
Now
on a
that's
limb
in
here.
question.
I'm going to say bad reaction to too many boosters just because it was a Democrat.
Oh.
I'm kidding.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
I apologize. I mean, usually I can find this out, and I will find it out this morning, but I don't have the official confirmation of why he is hospitalized.
No, you're right. I mean, it could be something as extreme as what Fetterman had to deal with. It could be something that we were all dealing with, or not all of us, but a lot of us. And we were all catching something these days with all these different, COVID, flu, norovirus, RSV, silent
China.
COVID.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, look, Greg Stocker's still out. I know. I'm sure that you can tell I still sound congested.
Yeah.
Even President Trump, did you hear when he was speaking out yesterday?
No, we're not sick. No, we're fine. I have the greatest immune system. The Supreme Court said I have immunity, right? So I have the greatest immune system.
Antibodies.
I have the greatest. We did a beautiful call. I have a group text with my antibodies, and they're doing a fantastic job. I said, you guys are doing a fantastic job. And we had, it's called we did FaceTime. We said, antibodies, you better keep it up. You're doing tremendously well. I didn't sound sick. I sounded Fantastic.
And
right?
did they call you sir? Did your antibodies say sir?
They said, sir, we see they called it a pathogen. And I said, that's, what do you look at? They said, it's a foreign body. I said, go get that son of a, what, get it out of here. We got it. The antibodies are great. They say white blood cells. They do a tremendous job. And now the fake news is saying I'm a white supremacist because I love my white blood cells. Can you believe it?
And by the way, Dawn, the capital is no longer Harrisburg. We've established that if Trump won Pennsylvania, it would be Trumpsburg.
Trumpsburg. Yeah,
I love it.
Trumpsburg.
Trumpsburg.
Remember that?
Start referring to it as that, by the way, and drive them crazy.
Dude, when you drop
Trumpsburg.
when you dropped that for the first time in the fall, I damn near peed my pants.
That was awesome. Awesome. Congratulations, President-elect Trump, on yesterday's biggity big certification. Got her done there, ironically, on J6. The remains of former President Jimmy Carter scheduled to arrive this morning in Washington, D.C., where he will be honored with a ceremony in the U.S. Capitol before lying in state. And that's through Thursday morning. The casket carrying the 39th president of the United States of America will leave the Carter Presidential Center in Atlanta, where thousands of mourners have been paying their respects over the weekend and then traveling to Dobbins Air Reserve Base before boarding Special Air Mission 39 to Joint Base Andrews. And so that's the latest as we think about the National Day of Mourning that has been declared for this Thursday. So that was via President Joe Biden designating January 9th as a National Day of Mourning, honoring the former president known as Jimmy Carter, right, coinciding with his state funeral at Washington National Cathedral. And this brings us to all of the closures that have been announced. Remember that federal government offices, courts, the U.S. Postal Service, and major stock exchanges will close for the day Thursday. Flags flown at half staff for 30 days. And that means, I believe this is the first time that we will see a presidential inauguration that obviously happens on the 20th, where the flags are not flying at full staff.
Wow.
So there's some people have said, that they've had issues with that because of this declaration by Biden that flags being flown at half staff.
Yeah.
It's for a full 30 days. And I've seen a lot of consternation over this because people have said, when we have an inaugural, a new administration in our nation's history, we usually want flags, the American flag, flying at full staff.
It puts such a negative visual or the optics of it on, like it feels like it's intentional to spite Trump in some regard. At least that's my read on it. Do you get the same feeling?
It's strange to me,
right?
That because we've just never had it in our nation's history.
Sure.
Because obviously his inaugural this will make international news. You'll see the images. To me, I don't know. I know it
seems excessive, right?
Some people may say, "Oh, it's just a symbol." It's not really.
No.
The American flag. I just think should be flying at, in my humble opinion.
I agree.
Full staff.
Totally agree.
Yeah, I don't think you need 30 days.
No.
I mean, with all due respect to Carter, it's not, it's nothing personal. But I'm with Dawn on this one. You have a new administration coming in. The flag should be at the top. It should be full staff, and that's that. But can we look at this Carter thing? He voted for Harris right in October. Remember when they wheeled him out? I mean, does this not just show you how soulless these people are?
Oh,
it's obvious that he was you could take one look at him back then and you say that guy's not in great shape.
No.
The fact that they made a spectacle of him voting for Kamala Harris and then he passes away, a month and a half after. These people are all they care about is power. It's so gross.
It's the oldest retirement home in America, right? Washington, D.C. I mean, you saw yesterday Nancy Pelosi after the hip replacement walking around with the little not the stroller, the walker.
Yeah, she had the tennis balls on the bottom. I mean, this is literally a scene out of his SNL. You could not have gotten a better SNL skit than to see. All right, and over the course of a month, by the way, McConnell fell and was put in a wheelchair. Pelosi broke her hip. Kay Granger was found in a dementia facility. Virginia Fox fell down. I mean, what are we doing?
I agree.
All right, it's time for these folks to go live their let rest of their lives, retire,
Yeah.
and live in peace.
You've stolen
Okay.
enough money. Now go home.
Why would you
My
even
God.
cover that?
Because we have to, Nance. You started this.
We also have, well, I hope everybody is safe in D.C. They had, more than 10 inches of snow. When we talk about our snow totals closer to home, obviously crews are still out making sure our bridges and overpasses, ramps, they can get extra slippery. So many crews out there making sure that they're safe. And we do have a lot of fender benders slipping and sliding out there, so you want to be safe. We're also looking for a day of gusty winds. And so many crews are out looking at, thinking about and warning about these in the event, God forbid, that these trees and branches come down, because we're going to see a blustery day, 40-plus mile-an-hour winds, and this powdery snow that we received yesterday, even though for Philadelphia, less than 2 inches, but it is powdery. So with the wind, it'll be whipping that up and creating some poor visibility. And when we look at Delaware, when we look at South Jersey, about 8 inches of snow. So a lot of snow falling south of us. But the warnings, as we think about this frigid, code blue alert that we have in Philadelphia and beyond, because of people who maybe if your heat goes out, or people experiencing homelessness, but also, a lot of your heater might be working some overtime and may go out. They want people to know, don't try to stay at home. Go ahead and call for help and get into a shelter, especially our senior citizens, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Because it's frigid.
My wife said yesterday, and I don't know if this is accurate, keep in mind the source. My wife said, as I duck, as my phone's about to blow up, that we might get 9-10 inches over the weekend. Is that true?
They're saying that, look, let's be honest. If it's not 24 hours in advance, there's a good chance they're wrong.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Look, I love the weather.
You do.
I'm a big weather guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Big Doppler.
And we love the Doppler, right? We love the Doppler. It's a beautiful radar. I made it myself. Beautiful guy. I knew Mr. Doppler very well. I've been looking at this because we're supposed to get some snow in Tennessee. And if it goes, you know how it is. If it's over 4 inches, the whole state shuts down because we're just not equipped to do it.
Yep.
So, and we're in the middle of a move right now. So I was like, okay, what are we going to do around all this snow? And I was looking at some of the models for the Northeast, and right now it looks like the worst is not going to happen for the Northeast. It kind of looks like maybe 4 or 5 inches.
Okay.
But if it's a slight change, you're looking at a blizzard big enough, by the way, a blizzard big enough to make a snowman bigger than Jerry Nadler, right? Big guy, huge guy. So maybe 9 or 10 inches, but it could be as low as 3 to 5.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Now we got a big playoff game coming up on Sunday afternoon. That's why I was wondering.
Eagles.
Yeah.
They're saying for Sunday, mostly sunny with a high of 38 degrees.
That's nothing.
On Sunday.
The Eagles.
And that's 4:30, right?
Yeah.
So I don't see it. And even some of the local stations really being careful with their wording. Saturday looks like the day where we could see precipitation. But it looks they're even wording it a storm nearby. The high is 35 degrees. I would say even if we get whatever we get storm-wise Saturday, by 4:30 in the afternoon Sunday, because it'll be clear skies and sunny with a high of 38, they'll have plenty of time.
Yeah.
Right?
You're probably right.
But for that, thank God it's 38 degrees on Sunday, but we have to get there. Because this week, as we go through the day, today the high just 33 degrees. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, 31 degrees. So it's the wind chills in the teens. Even Thursday, high of just 32 degrees. So today, tomorrow, Thursday, these are and I know it's winter and it's January and all that good stuff, but we haven't, experienced this kind of an Arctic blast in quite some time.
I know. We've had some mild winters the last handful of years. Yeah.
You're right, Nick.
Yep.
So then Friday 37, Saturday 35 with the chance for some precipitation, but then Sunday looks clear for the Eagles. We are sponsored by Wawa. Right now, Wawa Reward members, you can get a bonus offer for $1, any size hot coffee. This is a wonderful thing. $2 for an iced coffee. I don't know who wants an iced coffee right now, but $3 Monster Energy 16 ounce. If you're not a rewards member, and you really should be, now is the time to join I always get so much. I don't know. I hope you're a rewards member because you get so much free stuff.
You do.
I love my Wawa rewards. So thank you, Wawa, for sponsoring Kayal Company News Live. Sixers lost last night. It was 99. We had 99-109 to the and the thing is, Joel Embiid, another injury.
Yeah, sprained foot. Yeah. Just go home.
So frustrating.
Yeah, I know.
And then Jalen Hurts, the jury's out on Jalen.
Yeah, Joel Embiid's like a Democrat in their 80s in Washington, D.C.
Fantastic.
Just hanging on by a thread every single day. I'm going to start calling him Joel Feinstein.
Stop. Oh, that's a sin.
It's every day with this guy. Put him in bubble wrap.
Well,
all right.
That's never a bad idea.
No. Is that it? We done?
Kayal Company News Live.
Beautiful.
Yes, sir.
All right. 7:24. We'll come back. Cut sheets coming up in just about 25 minutes. But before we get there, what in the world is wrong with Democrats when it comes to illegal immigrants, crimes committed here while you're here illegally, and sexually deviant acts on top of it? Back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. It's a new year, so how about a new smile? The smile of your dreams, a smile you deserve. That's why you need my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Nothing makes you look and feel better than having that $1 million smile without spending $1 million on it. I've been telling you about Dr. Mike for years. My entire family goes to Dr. Veneria because the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his staff delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations. It's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So, if you are on the fence about getting that dental procedure, or you've already had an estimate, get a second opinion. Reach out to Dr. Mike today. I promise you will not be disappointed. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for that perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Hey guys, it's Jim Costa from Cash the Ticket. If you're planning on betting the NFL playoffs, buckle up. Betting football's hard enough as it is. We're doing the research for you. So listen to Cash the Ticket with Mike Valeni and I. We'll be dropping new episodes for every single playoff game. And that's going to be storylines leading into it, so some good football stuff, but also the betting nuggets you're looking for. Sides, totals, trends, player props, throw those in there too. Pre-game and post-game, we're going to be all over the postseason. Subscribe to Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. Today's cutting-edge appliances are technologically advanced with many features designed to make life easier.
To ensure the appliances you choose accomplish that, it's important to compare and explore a variety of options at once. That's why at National Appliance Warehouse, we created an incredible showroom for customers to do just that. 6 times the size of an average chain store, our showroom is large enough to display the over 100 brands we sell. And I'm not the only guru. Our whole team of friendly professionals not only answer questions, but suggest questions to ask so that you end up with the perfect appliances for you.
The New Year's mega sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
He's a rebel and a runner. He's a signal turning green. He's a restless young romantic, wants to run the big machine. He's got a problem with his poisons.
729, Kayal Company on a Tuesday morning. Nick Kale, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker today. Cut sheet coming up in just about 15, 20 minutes. You could jump in if you'd like, 855-839-1210. Try to stay warm out there. It's still 21.9 degrees according to the Kayal Company YouTube graphic Doppler. Although we know Mr. President has a far more accurate and a bigger Doppler. We've established that.
And it works.
And it works. Right. Our Doppler might be frozen. I mean, I would think it's a little bit warmer than 21.9
No,
degrees.
it isn't.
But it's not. As the cold continues, the deep Arctic blast, the chill of Kayal Company. All right, so 2 things that really, really irritate me. As somebody that was a criminal justice major in college and also somebody that wanted to be a prosecutor for many years, and I'm talking about like a legit prosecutor, like law and order type prosecutor, not a has-been like Larry Krasner here in Philadelphia, both on a national level as well as a state level. Let me start with this. I know, Dawn, we mentioned this yesterday with Tony Bruno in passing, where 158 Democrats voted against a bill to deport illegal immigrants who commit sex crimes. Just if you didn't see this story, I think it was mid to late last week. More than 150 House Democrats voted against a bill that would deport illegal immigrants convicted of a sexual offense or conspiracy to commit such a crime. The Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act passed the House of Representatives along bipartisan lines. All present Republicans voted for the bill, as did 51 Democratic lawmakers. The measure passed 266 to 158. Rep. Nancy Mace from South Carolina told Fox hours before the vote that she, quote, 100% anticipated Democrats voting against her bill, saying if you vote against it, you're sexist against women. She goes on to say, I mean, truly, because we're talking about illegals who are here, who are committing domestic violence, rape, and murder on women and children. They've got to go, and they should not be allowed in our country. And then I see in Illinois at the state level, J.B. Pritzker's state. Obviously, we know there's all sorts of migrant issues in Chicago at the local level there with Mayor Brandon Johnson. Illinois Senate Democrats just passed Bill HB 5164, which allows illegal aliens and transgendered people to legally hide their name change. The Republican Senate Minority Leader raised concerns that this would allow them to hide any past transgressions and criminal behavior. So the question is, why are Democrats protecting illegal aliens that are criminals, that are sexual predators? Phil, this is clip K1, and this was a little bit of a back and forth from the Illinois Senate where Democrats passed this absurd bill. I want to play this, and then we'll get to some reaction from it. Clip K1, go right ahead.
we should be able to track any change of name to evade something in their past or history. Here we're allowing that to be sealed. The state police is not getting involved in that or tracking that. That is sealed, and that is going to be an easy path or avenue for someone here illegally to just kind of wipe clean their past, albeit their past is from outside of Illinois.
This is legislation that is very focused on removing the requirement for an individual to publicize their name in a newspaper. Let's talk about who those individuals are. Those individuals are adoptees. They're survivors of domestic and intimate partner violence, survivors of human trafficking, survivors of gender-based violence, transgender people, and refugees.
So I want to get people's thoughts and reaction to this, because to me this is lunacy on multiple levels. I would actually categorize it as the triple demic of Democratic dumbness. Say that 10 times fast. Because if you think about it, first of all, the first violation is you're here illegally, which is illegal. I mean, it's self-explanatory. Then you commit a sexual crime, whether it's against adults or minors, whether it's against a female or a male. And then you say, well, you know what? We're not going to boot these. First of all, they should be booted out just by coming here illegally. Then you're going to say, you're going to double down and say, well, we're not going to deport you after committing a sexual crime. So then you punish us, and it's the third leg of the hat trick here, where we're going to imprison them and fund it with taxpayer dollars. This is sheer madness, and I figure both of you would have something on this. Dawn as a female, obviously, and Sean, I know you're very big on Tom Homan and clearing out all of the people that are here illegally. I'll start with you, Sean. I mean, what the hell are Democrats doing, and who the hell voted for these people?
Well, there are people who think that that's the nice and humane thing to do, and that's the problem, right? I mean, I'm not saying to treat these folks inhumanely, but if you basically broke it down. If you're here illegally, meaning you do not have a legal claim to be in this country, then you should leave. Then you should be forced to leave. If you walked into your home and there was just a guy that you don't know chilling on your couch, right? I mean, get out. You just broke and entered. You have to leave. In some states, the squatters have more rights than the homeowners, which is actually very scary.
Yeah.
But, it boils down to this whole thing. Remember, they're the party of women's rights, right? Oh, women are going to lose their rights if Donald Trump. What about the right to safety and security? What about the right to not have to deal with some person, whoever it may be, whether it's an illegal, whether it's someone else like sexually assaulting them, right? Aren't we told that like Donald Trump is a sexual assaulter? Snuffleupagus had to pay $15 million or whatever it was for saying that Donald Trump was a rapist on air. And the left has even gone this far, right? They are up in arms about potential clemency for 1,000 January 6 defendants. Meanwhile, Joe Biden just released 11 radical Islamic terrorists out of Guantanamo Bay. What, 7 days after a radical Islamic terror attack here on U.S. soil?
Outrageous.
I mean, their priorities are just bass backwards, we can say.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. And as you mentioned, the third leg of the hat trick, it is all at our expense.
Yeah,
That's
it's madness. And so basically, and you talk about women's rights and Democrats for the party of females. So if I'm keeping score at home here, Dawn, the Democrats care about females when it comes to the right to abortion, but they don't care about them being sexually raped, assaulted, and being victims, whether it's domestic or from illegal aliens. They don't care about your rights in a bathroom or a locker room. They don't want to protect your rights to play female sports. It's just really, about abortion, and then it's, fend for yourself, basically.
And let's local, as we're live, we're local. Let's talk about who locally voted for or against this. So Pennsylvania Democrats, Montgomery County, you put Madeline Dean back into office. She voted against this. And think about what that means. And it's something that's protecting women from violent people who are, and this is quoting this, the Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act. So Madeline Dean says that she would rather have these illegals who are here, who are known offenders, known rapists, known pedophiles, known violent sex offenders, rather have them here, and voted against it. And that's Madeline Dean and Mary Gay Scanlon are among those who voted nay to this. And by the way, just remember Delaware County. Thank you, Delaware County, because you put Mary Gay Scanlon back. You could have voted for Republican Alfie Goodwin, African-American lady, served in the military, fantastic candidate, but they didn't vote for her in Delco. They voted for somebody who would rather leave these dangerous predators right in Delaware County. Shame on you. Kudos to local Philadelphia Democrat Representative Brendan Boyle. He voted. He's one of the Democrats you mentioned, 50-some, had to vote for this thing to pass it.
Yep.
He joined Republicans, all the Republicans who voted for this thing, and that was the right thing to do. So kudos. We want to give credit to where credit's due.
Yep.
Kudos to Brendan Boyle for doing the right thing.
Yep. 51 Democrats fell in line with Republicans. The total vote 266 to 158. And it's just amazing that the redistrict, because I think it's about redistricting. I mean, Sean, who's the lady from New York that said she needed more voters to redistrict her, repopulate her district? Who was
Yvette Clark from Brooklyn.
Yvette Clark.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't even come out and try to hide it. And they basically say to other females that our constituency of voters and getting new voters and hopefully presuming that they will vote Democrat is more imperative than your safety, security, and protection. Like, that's the bottom line end result here is they are just hoping that with the influx of illegal aliens in this country, that they will either end up legally or illegally voting Democrat. And that's why I think it's imperative for Tom Homan. Forget the safety and the security of all of us, men, women, minors, adults. This is very imperative for Republicans not to allow, I believe, Sean Farish, the Democrats to rig the system and rig the game for future elections, because that's what they're playing here for.
That's what the goal has been, right? It's okay, we'll import these people, we'll give a significant portion of them a pathway to citizenship. Now they're voters. And it's not even now about a pathway to citizenship. We weren't so far as, in this election cycle to hear that you don't need to show proof of citizenship to register to vote, which is a problem, right? So it's like, oh, you don't want to give them citizenship? No worries. They're going to vote anyway. So that's what it's all about. It's all about, trying to import political power, import a means of holding on to your power, because the Democrats aren't stupid, right? Some of them are. AOC is pretty dumb, but most of them, upper tier strategically, they're not stupid people. We know a lot about stupid people, but these aren't stupid people. These are people that, they see the holes in the dam, right? The bleeding out among the minority groups that usually vote for Democrats. They don't have them. So they got to bring in new people. And we say, oh, that's the great replacement theory. Ain't a theory. We just mentioned Yvette Clark.
You're living
She
it.
wants more of these people to come in so that she doesn't lose her seat. It's all about power. It's all about power every time.
Yeah. And the thing with this, when we talk about the fallout from this past election and the red wave that did come to fruition, they were doing this in 2021, in 2022, when they were winning as a party, right? Yep. So if you don't think that they're going to keep the foot on the gas pedal moving forward after they just got crushed across the board in election season, you're out of your mind. They're going to double and triple down on this because they
don't take time off.
No, they don't. You're right. And this is where Republicans cannot get complacent. This is where they have to deliver after winning elections with policy in office. And this is where Republican voters cannot go back to the old ways when we get to 2026 in the primaries, when we get to the next general election in 2028. Everything that you did, the levels to which you were willing to go, standing in line, hold the line, all of that, you need to continue that and then some moving forward, because Democrats aren't going away and they continue to do what they do. All right, 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, we will come back and find out what is on tap for a Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. I actually know because Stalker's off, so I have to narrate the cut sheet, And there's lots of goodies. Stay tuned. Kayal Company. Nick, Dawn, and Sean back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands like Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. You know, these models have sleek new designs as well as innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And Piazza has thousands and thousands of these new and certified pre-owned vehicles. They're available right now across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Just visit them. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You know, as they say, one person's personal information is another person's treasure.
Exactly. That's why I use NordVPN every time I surf the web. Features like Threat Protection Pro's safeguard devices from phishing websites and disable intrusive ads and trackers. Just check NordVPN.com, grab the deal, and see for yourself. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040. Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's hear this tiger purr, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
Have you ever wondered or even considered the difference between credited interest returns and gains on Wall Street? One you get to keep and control. The other one comes and goes. We're going to analyze investors' returns on the S&P 500 from 2000 to 2015, and then we're going to compare them to a certificate of deposit only compounding at 2% during that same time period. Using data curated by Delbar Corporation, which is this country's leading analytic firm over Wall Street, investors only averaged a total of 2.66% per year from 2000 to 2015. Now, this does indicate that $100,000 invested in the year 2000 through 2015 has grown to an estimated $128,000 or less when you consider the fees in one's portfolio. But you also must remember how much time was lost during that 15-year period. You grew it, you lost it, now you have to regrow it. Now that's being victimized by Wall Street and the two market crashes and then waiting to recover your lost gains. Now had the same investor put $100,000 in a certificate of deposit with a compounding interest rate of 2% from 2000 to 2015, that investor's principal would have grown to $135,000 with no fees, no market loss, and no lost growth time. Now, knowing the difference between credited interest returns and gains that are vulnerable to market risk and fees can shield you from the dangers of Wall Street so you can enjoy a retirement with peace of mind. Stop losing time with Wall Street and start gaining time in your retirement.
To hear more reports that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
before, and my time was running wild, a million dead-end streets, and every time I thought I got it made, it seemed the taste was not so sweet. So I turned myself to face me, but I've never caught a glimpse how the others must see the faker. I'm much too fast to take that test. Change it. Turn and face the strain. Change it.
It's Kayal Company as we roll on. No changes necessary here. Just continuing to do what we do Monday through Friday here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kale, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker, who's got COVID for the 14th time this year.
China. It came from China, right?
I feel for everybody. I mean, I don't know anybody right now in the last 3 weeks that hasn't had something. It is just unbelievable. My mother-in-law, my brother-in-law, my wife, my daughters, myself, my coworkers, colleagues, friends. Have you had anything yet this winter, Sean Farish, as far as any of the nonsense floating around in the air?
You know, I got I don't know, just I sneeze a lot, I guess. I haven't really been
But you haven't had like the flu or anything like that?
No, nothing fever-inducing. Maybe a little scratchy throat here or there, a little cough the other night, some sneeze, but nothing. Like I told you already, my antibodies are on their game, right? We have the greatest. Pete Hegseth is running defense for my body right now. He's going to run defense for our country. Right?
But you're one
Dr.
of the
Pete, we call him.
Yeah, not to be confused with
Mayor Pete.
It's a different Pete.
No, not
right?
him.
It's a
No.
Pete. It's a Pete.
He's got
upgrade.
monkeypox.
Oh,
We heard. Oh, by the way, there's a new strain of monkeypox in France, and I think we know who patient zero is. That would be Emmanuel Macron, right?
Oh boy.
He was with Zelensky not too long ago. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw it pop up in Ukraine too, if you know what I'm talking about.
But like, this is also one of those things that this time of year, like how you take care of yourself and what you put into your body really matters. I'm not surprised. And granted, you're in Tennessee, so it helps a little bit. But you're a healthy dude. Like you eat clean and lean. You drink tea.
No. If you've seen what I've been eating since Thanksgiving, okay.
Oh well, since Thanksgiving. But for the But for the most part,
I do not take
year round.
I have
you're
not been
you're-
taking care of myself in the last couple of days.
Well, the
weeks,
last
months,
couple
maybe.
of weeks, but you're typically a clean eater. Like, when we went out to dinner when you came up here in the fall. I mean, you had.
Yeah.
I mean, you're definitely. What are you? 148 pounds?
Listen, it's certainly we've certainly seen a bit of an expansion over the holiday season, but that's normal. Little fluctuation. I try my best, and hopefully things are going to get better. It is true what you put in your body.
Yeah.
But I am living proof right now that a somewhat steady diet of fast food and you won't get sick. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. There's a reason why Donald Trump at 78 years old, he eats nothing but McDonald's and he's in, he plays good golf. That's all I'm saying.
Doesn't drink, doesn't smoke.
That's right.
That's the key. It's not the McDonald's. It's the I don't drink, I don't smoke.
Yep.
No,
Yep. But
I do drink, but I don't smoke.
Attaboy. All right, 7:51, Jimmy Kelly. Let's get to a Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
All right, what's on the cut sheet, as Greg Stocker would say, on this Tuesday? And we are going to start with some of the typical characters that love to put on a performance on the Democrat side of the aisle. Fresh off of yesterday, Trump's certification, as well as 4 years removed from January 6, 2021. I gave you in the big take this morning Sunny Hostin, resident village idiot on The View, comparing January 6th to Pearl Harbor. But she's not the only one. Let's start Phil Almquist with clip number 12. And let's get to, I believe, as Tony Bruno would call him, Timu Obama, or as Sean Farish would say, Hakeem Jeffries is what, dollar store Obama, Sean?
Dollar store Obama. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Clip 12, election denier Hakeem Jeffries mentioning Pearl Harbor and J6 in the same sentence. Listen and watch this.
January 6th, 2021 is a day that will forever live in infamy.
Oh my God, a day that will live in infamy. And you know that was scripted. There's no way that was just stream of consciousness where like we riff and ramble on the cut sheet and just react on the fly. He thought he was going to have a moment there. But here's my question, because we're all tired of the hyperbole and the rhetoric and the absurdity. It certainly cost them in elections this past fall. Sean, do you ever get the feeling that Democrat voters are now getting fatigued with the excessive hyperbole?
I think some of them are. I think the radical left is not. But I'll tell you, I think the maybe the one step closer to the center than radical left, between maybe like an RFK, Tulsi Gabbard type, who I don't think are Republicans, but, Tulsi says she is. But, what I'm saying, they're more centrist. And then you have like a pretty loyal Democrat. And then you have the crazies in the party. I think in that middle ground, you're seeing people who are just like you and me. They're going to the supermarket. They're paying too much for groceries. They're not excited about the cost of living. They're not excited about the cost of energy. They're not excited about the border. They're like, all right, this is getting old. Everybody can wear out their welcome. I think there are some. I don't know how prevalent it is, but I think there are some. And all I could say about Hakeem Jeffries in that speech, at least he didn't say fart harder, because he said that last week.
Yes.
And that was one of the funniest things I think I've ever heard.
Yes, we had that yesterday on the cut sheet. I mean, that
just amazing.
That was
I heard it in real time, and I was like, he said fart.
Yeah.
He said fart.
Yeah. I saw it on social media, and I wanted to make sure, so I checked like 5 or 6 different Twitter feeds that I follow, and everybody had it. And I'm like, all right, this was not AI. This was not, some, cheap fake or anything like that. He legit said, Democrats got to fart harder. I mean,
just say fart or make a fart noise, and I immediately turn into, at most, a 5-year-old boy.
That's correct. That is
Like,
correct.
fart. That's
Yep.
funny.
Yep. Speaking of stupid, you mentioned stupid people. I believe Donald Trump has thoughts on stupid people, correct?
We don't like stupid people. Stupid people, right? And here's what's happening in New Jersey. You're having stupid people teach the kids. So stupid people are creating more stupid people. It's not good. It's a bad thing.
And I think it's safe to say that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, better known as AOC, would qualify on that list. Clip 17, Phil.
That's
as
an
we
insult to stupid people.
It really is. Stupid people are offended across this country at this very moment. As AOC claims yesterday that she was almost raped and almost killed in the U.S. Capitol building 4 years ago, even though she was not in the building on that day. Take a listen and watch this, clip 17.
I didn't think that I was just going to be killed. I thought other things were going to happen to me as well.
So what sounds like what you're telling me right now is that you didn't only think that you were going to die, you thought you were going to be raped.
Yeah. I thought I was.
That from the documentary Being AOC, hosted by AOC and Low Energy Dana Bash from CNN. So I don't know. We just talked last segment about this, and Dawn, I'll start with you here. 2 females there talking about a bold, stone-cold lie. I thought Democrats were okay with women being raped and sexually assaulted, especially by illegals, right? We're not going to deport them, and we're going to keep them in the country. But now AOC, even though she wasn't in the building that day, she thought that she was going to be a sexual assault victim from a January 6th.
And this isn't the first time that she said she's a survivor, I guess. But this is somebody who just craves drama, and it's all about me. That's what I see. She's somebody who wants to make it as dramatic about herself. And so you contrast her with somebody like, Nancy Mace, who really is a rape survivor.
Right. Verified, documented.
Right.
Yes.
Yep.
And so anybody who is a survivor of something that horrible should be insulted by this.
I agree. And you're right. She does make it all about herself, and it's always a theatrical production. Sean, I read during the Christmas holiday when I was in bed with the flu that her AOC's district that she represents in New York is extremely down on her. They feel abandoned. She almost never returns to the district that she represents.
Well, could you blame her? It's in New York. It's in the Bronx. I wouldn't return either, as long as I can sit in Washington, D.C. and have a cushy job and do absolutely nothing and say stupid crap like I was almost raped on. She wasn't even in the building. My favorite was January 6, 2021 on her account. She just posted, I'm okay. Oh, okay. Glad you were, because so am I. And I was there, and everybody was all right. My tires got slashed by some of her friends, right? Because Antifa decided to stalk us on the way down to Washington, D.C. It was like so okay. So you're okay. Good. Well, that's all we're worried about, right? Even though you weren't in the building.
Yep.
You weren't in the building. Nobody even knew AOC was there. Okay. The fact that she's I was actually concerned that I was going to be raped. I mean, if she was in a real situation where that was an actual possibility, I would sympathize with her. I would. I don't want to say it happen to anybody.
Sure.
What a load of garbage. Talk about trying to prop up. You know what this is? You mentioned, you know what it is? You mentioned our Democrat voters getting tired of it. And I think what we just witnessed with what AOC did, we can deduce from that the answer is yes. This is extinction burst behavior.
Yeah. We've seen some of these squad Dems get voted out. Jamal Bowman lost re-election. Cory Bush lost re-election. It's happening.
It used to be, you mentioned J6, and everyone was like, oh, yeah, that was really, 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 really bad. And now it's like you mentioned J6, and people are like, so they have to get crazier and crazier and crazier in order to draw you back into the story. So this is the first time that we've heard this story from AOC. It's been 4 years. This is the first time that we've heard from AOC that she thought she was going to be raped in the Capitol.
That's right.
So even Snopes, to their credit, has said that the claim was that she exaggerated the danger and that she wasn't even in the Capitol building. And so they've said that Snopes confirms that what's true is that she was not in the main Capitol building where the House and Senate chambers are located. But then it goes on to say she never actually claimed to be. So they're pointing out that she sort of carefully worded this because she actually was right in her congressional office.
Yeah.
But she was dubbed AO Alexandria Ocasio Smollett. That's what they're calling her now.
AOS.
Because even though she technically didn't claim she was in the main Capitol building, the truth is, I think many people infer from what she's saying that she is in the main building, and so people, calling foul.
And you guys mentioned J6, and I mentioned it in the big take, that it did not have the impact 4 years later in the election that Democrats had hoped. And I just saw this. I just opened up my Twitter feed. Harry Enton from CNN 15 hours ago tweeted out a video clip of himself going through all sorts of data points. And I'll just read you the tweet. We won't play the video. It's about 2.5 minutes long. He says, January 6th didn't have the lasting impression that many Democrats hoped. Just 5% of voters say it's their number one memory of Trump's first term. Think about that. 1 out of 20, 5 out of 100. Only 5% of voters think of J6 top of mind with Trump. Yet Pelosi and Schumer and Biden and Harris and everybody under the sun, the legacy media, they all tried to hammer it and drill it into your head. It was Pearl Harbor. It was 9/11. Well, 95% of Americans rejected that. They totally misplayed their hand, and that's a big reason why I think they lost. All right, let's see here. Let's stay on the J6 deranged lunatics on the left. Sean Farish is with us. We know he's got the glasses at his table.
All right, so Joy Reid's coming out?
That's right. Yes, sir.
So
Joy Reid and her TDS. It was apparently flaring up big time yesterday.
When is it not?
I know, right? As she posted a January 6th propaganda video and claims she will not let J6 go. Clip 20, Phil, let it go.
I mean, damn, guys, can't you just let January 6th go? No.
We know what we saw. We know what we heard. It wasn't spontaneous. They came prepared for battle. Body armor, chemical weapons, zip ties. Their mission, to overturn an American election.
We will never concede.
Outnumbered, brave law enforcement officers fought hand-to-hand to save our democracy. Many were wounded. One died the next day. Post-traumatic stress syndrome drove 4 January 6th heroes to suicide. Donald Trump calls this violent terrorism a day of love,
That was a day of love.
He's promised to pardon these violent criminals. That's wrong, evil.
Those people have suffered long, hard.
Let me just-
And I think it's very unfair.
Don't let one man rewrite history. We know what we saw. We know what we heard. There are no alternative facts. Only the truth.
All right, there she is. She's a little more joy. Here we go.
This is why I keep my glasses on until
There you
she's
go.
off the screen.
Yep,
you see?
there we go. And
'Cause I
all
don't
right, there
want
we go.
retinal
She
damage.
hit the stop recording button. So I know you have explosive diarrhea from time to time from Joy Reid. That's one of the symptoms. But it's interesting, Sean. When you watch, certain highlights, you would think it was the end of the world. When you actually watch the 44,000 hours of raw footage that has been released in droves, so to speak, you realize what was really at play on January 6th. You throw in Ray Epps, you throw in 26 paid informants of the FBI on the ground, shooting rubber bullets and tear gas into peaceful pockets of gatherers that were doing nothing wrong whatsoever. But Joy Reid, much like those that are losing 55% of their audience on a daily basis, they want to make sure that you never forget what happened on that day.
Well, they want you to never forget what they tell you happened on that day.
That's correct.
Right? That's
Right.
the point. They are floating out a narrative that it was an insurrection. I love the narration there, by the way, from the Lincoln Project. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we could trust them. Rick Wilson, who apparently, according to Dan Bongino, has a very bad dandruff problem and he stinks.
Selsun Blue.
Apparently, this guy is like gross. So anyway, and not just with that, but other things. Apparently, maybe there's a little bit of a lifestyle thing that he's into that allegedly. We're not going to get into it.
Right.
But it's funny when you see a person like Joy Reid pushing this narrative out there. This is why the eclipse glasses have to come out, because the prolonged exposure can cause very bad health problems. But you hear the narration in there and you hear they came ready for battle. They had armor and zip tie. Who's ever taken over a country, overthrown a country with zip ties? Is that what happened in Syria? I mean, sir, they said everything but their big boogeyman weapon. Oh wait, there were no guns. Oh, okay, cool, got it, right? Because we were going to overthrow the United States of America and its government without guns. Okay, we were going to do it with zip ties. What are we going to do? I mean, maybe you could zip tie Nancy Pelosi's wrist together because she's like,
Why
and then
would
she
you even
could
cover that?
Yeah, why? Right? Why? Zip ties? Really? Ooh, scary.
Yeah.
I mean, what am I supposed to be fearing for my life when I walk into a Walgreens in California where all those glass plexiglass things are zip tied closed? Are they taking over the? Like, come on. All right. And that's the thing. We keep saying it's extinction burst behavior. At first, the outrage was, oh, yeah, this is terrible, terrible, terrible. And now we're 4 years later and people are like, all right. A, it wasn't as bad as they say. B, there are bigger fish to fry, bigger problems. So they have to get wilder and wilder. We almost lost our country that day. No, no, that's not what happened.
And never forget, too, when Trump posted the video about going home and being peaceful, that was up on Twitter for, I think, all of 4.5 or 5 minutes before.
And they took it down. And then they said he didn't say anything.
Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah, previous
took it
ownership.
down.
Jack Dorsey and those clowns, which were back in the Twitter censorship era, right? Total joke. All right, let's get to some common sense individuals on bad networks with no audiences. Scott Jennings doing yeoman's work on CNN, and this is clip 23B. You know what? Yeah, let's skip Sonny Hostin, because I was going to play 23A and give you Sonny Hostin. I played it for you in the Big Take. I don't want to play it again and give her any more credence. She said on the ABC's The View that J6 was the equivalent of the Holocaust. Well, 23B, Phil. Scott Jennings on CNN excoriates The View's Sonny Hostin for her comments comparing J6 to the Holocaust. Let's hear from the great Scott Jennings.
That is so important in light of all the rhetoric and things we're going to hear people say today, is that ultimately it was the American people that got to decide ultimately how we feel collectively as a country about January the 6th. And already today, we have heard some people in other venues say extraordinarily unhinged and vile things, comparing January 6th to the Holocaust, to slavery, to World War II. I think we need to arrange our feelings and control ourselves accordingly here and not go off the deep end. It was not a good day. Political violence cannot be condoned, but we can also be measured in how we view it in light of the rest of American and world history. What's happening today is ultimately a good thing because both parties, for the first time in my adult life, are accepting the results of an election. And that is ultimately putting this country on the right tracks. I just think people ought to really take stock of our feelings and not get out over our skis too much today and minimizing other world events and comparing them to January the 6th.
How about that? Scott Jennings sitting there saying as the first time in his adult life that both sides accepting the results. By the way, also a pet peeve. I don't know if this bothers you guys. I hate when somebody's giving commentary and they have something else in the background still playing.
Oh, I know.
Like that.
So distracting.
Can you just turn that down and let Scott talk, right? That is that. And I'm not a TV person, but man, that's a pet peeve of mine, and that drives me absolutely insane. You know what's also very disheartening about all of this is here we are now, let's call it, what are we, 15, 16 months removed from October 7th, 2023, and these people still have the audacity to talk about the extermination and eradication of the Jewish population, which was the goal, which was the mission statement of the Holocaust, 6 million plus Jews that were killed. And then we have October 7th, and we have more terror attacks, more radical Islamist nonsense going on January 1st. I don't know in New Orleans of the 14 that died. I don't know if any of them were Jewish or not. It really doesn't matter. But maybe we could just, for that little peak, remember that, Sean, in the summer where everybody was like, after Trump got shot, maybe we need to dial down the temperature a little bit, dial down the rhetoric. And now here we are 4 years later, removed from J6, and you want to call it the Holocaust. Like that, if you are of Jewish heritage, that should be extremely reprehensible. Like if I was Jewish, I would be outraged by somebody saying J6 was the equivalent to what Hitler tried to do.
Right. I mean, I must have slept through the millions of people who died on January 6th. You know, the only two people who died on January 6th were Trump supporters. And, I mean, it was a bad day. Right. It was not our best moment. And I want to be clear, yes, there were definitely people who got incited into doing things, but there were also, and I believe it's totally okay to say this, there were also good people who did bad things on January 6th. It happens, right? People aren't perfect and they get caught up. I've seen it in more occasions than just January 6th. Your temper is running hot. You think the election is stolen. And at that point in time, you believe your behavior is justified. Not everybody did it. Right. But not everybody who did a bad thing on January 6th was an Antifa person. Right. I mean, I've been saying, and you'd be surprised. No, we're perfect. We are not perfect. OK, now it's not to say that it's an insurrection, but some people did bad things. Do they deserve to be treated the way they've been treated? No. Rotting in a jail cell held without trial? Yeah. No. But here's the problem. When you start equating days like January 6th, which wasn't a great day, but it wasn't the Holocaust. It wasn't Pearl Harbor. It wasn't 9/11. It wasn't a Fort Sumter moment. It was a rowdy protest that got out of hand. And we saw probably worse than that take place in the summer of love in 2020 when courthouses were firebombed and whole sections of cities were taken over. In Seattle, where a young man, Horace Lorenzo Anderson Jr., 19 years old, died because EMS couldn't get there because he was struck by a bullet because of the chaos in that area. When David Dorn was murdered in the streets of St. Louis, protecting a pawn shop from being looted by angry Black Lives Matter rioters and Antifa, which we were told was mostly peaceful. When Kyle Rittenhouse had to defend himself in the streets of Kenosha, Wisconsin, sorry. We've seen it. We've seen are those the Holocaust too? Did we have 5 Holocausts in the year 2020? I don't think so. Right.
Can you imagine?
So we got to dial it back.
Can you even imagine if somebody, let's say on a conservative leaning show had said what attorney and ABC host on The View, Sonny Hostin, had said yesterday, equating that to the Holocaust, to the murder of Jews. It was, to me, it was really on the level of anti-Semitic to make that statement after especially what we've been through in this country with the anti-Semitism at these new modern day heights. It was just it was a horrible thing that she said.
I actually think she's
my
really just at the point now
goodness.
where she wants to be known as the biggest hot take artist on the left.
Shock
in
jock.
Yes,
Thank
that's what
you,
she's
yeah.
going for. Like Joy Reid gets under everybody's skin, and
Skip Bayless, right?
Skip
Like that.
Bayless, all these people that are paid to give these provocative opinions. Because there's a part of me that says, all right, she's stupid, but the reality is she's not, because you don't get a law degree from the University of Notre Dame if you're dumb, right? So we understand that she's not really stupid, but either she's so caught up emotionally that she's becoming stupid with what she says, or she's merely doing it to cause a reaction and create a stir, and it's a total contrived take, which take it for what I have no idea which one it is. To be honest, I really don't care. I don't watch the show. We just react to what people say on the left. But it's just so ridiculous that you would make those comments. And when we talk about the Summer of Love and BLM riots, and Sean, you mentioned all those examples. I was living in Nashville from February of 2018 until August of 2022. They were happening in Nashville, Tennessee, at the courthouse that I actually worked in for a little bit when I was working in a family law office for a divorce attorney when I was in law school for a brief period. And I wasn't here in my home state when this happened. But Dawn, you experienced it right here in the heart of Philadelphia, as there was all sorts of acts that were going on here after the George Floyd stuff in May.
Yeah, and during the summer of 2020, we were, first of all, I remember that we at some point had the National Guard here trying to guard, City Hall, but we had law enforcement officers who were severely injured, hospitalized. The Vine Street Expressway, remember that on the Vine on 676? There were those riots that happened there, and what a mess. And then, businesses burned across the city, and especially in the Northeast. And I'll never forget the fact that you had people. And Jimmy Kelly, help me out here. Was that in South? I believe it was the Target in South Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Right, where you had community members, because it's one of the only really good stores, and they get groceries and stuff. So they stood with baseball bats.
Yeah, you had this guy, his name was Cotton Candy, and those guys in South Philly were making it known that if you guys come down here and try this, you're going to be dealt with, because we all know Jim Kenney's not going to be able to help us. We all know the district attorney's not going to be able to help us. So we're on our own, and I know that happened in various places. But 2nd Street around in that area, yeah, they said bring it on because you will be dealt with. But
what happened, Jimmy? What did Jim Kenney do? Do you remember?
Nothing.
He did no.
Jim Kenney's biggest accomplishment during that time was getting rid of the Frank Rizzo statue.
Right.
We couldn't do
focus.
anything about rioters, but we were able to get rid of Columbus. Well, we put him in a box, and we got the Frank Rizzo statue that's somewhere hidden. We don't know where.
But the Columbus thing.
But we should pull that audio that now that you're saying this, because it was Mayor Jim Kenney at the time who held a news conference, didn't speak out about all the other stuff.
No.
But specifically spoke about the people in South Philadelphia who were trying to guard one of the few places where they can get groceries and whatnot, and guarding that Target, and said nobody's going to loot here. Kenny came out and blasted the community members, the lawful community, saying you better go home and stand down.
I remember seeing clips of it on social media.
It's infuriating.
We were out on our deck in the summer. It was like June or July, maybe it was late May after Memorial Day. And I remember showing my wife the clips of what was happening in Philadelphia, and she's like, "Oh my God!"
The most ironic thing was in New York, when Black Lives Matter up in, I think it was maybe Rochester in New York,
upstate. Yeah.
They, because it was at that point, it was time to tear down every statue that you saw. You mentioned Columbus. The hell did he have to do with Black Lives Matter, right? They tore down a statue of Frederick Douglass in the name of Black Lives Matter, a former slave and abolition. They didn't even know what they were doing. I remember posting, do you guys know what you're protesting?
Nope.
I don't think you do.
Nope.
I think you're just tearing stuff up because you've been given license to do so.
Yeah.
Or you think you've been given license to do so.
Yeah.
Right. And then it was, we're fighting against systemic racism. I'm like, cool. Where? Oh, in New York City, Philadelphia, Seattle, Portland, Detroit, Chicago, Atlanta. I'm like, wow, cool, awesome. Who runs those cities? Because if you're telling me that the system is unjust and is systemically racist, then why don't you take a look at who's driving the ship?
Yeah.
Why don't you tell me who's been in charge? And it's not just like they've been in charge for 4 years. Nashville, you mentioned, Nick, has had a Democrat mayor since the end of the American Civil War. Not one Republican mayor
in a red state
has been in charge in Nashville, in a red state, in the capital of a red state. New York City has had more Republican mayors than Nashville, Tennessee.
It's one of the most confounding things. I never understood it.
Well, here's something I can remember.
Yeah.
This was a Saturday, and I remember working here, and you're watching TV, and you're seeing a bunch of people gathering at the art museum, and they were about ready to lead a protest. And I'm thinking, this does not look good. I left here at 12, got home at 5. You're watching the news. People are smashing windows. They're burning the city down. And somebody called me, our engineer Dave Scalish called me and said, listen, I'm going to come and grab you because you got to work Sunday morning. I'm coming to grab you because if you try to get in here at 1 SEPTA, it's not going to go well for you.
Yeah.
And we were driving past, and you could see all the broken windows, all the damage, and they didn't care whose business got wrecked. I mean, it didn't matter if there was a woman, a black-owned business owner on TV crying her eyes out because they destroyed her business in West Philly.
And it was, remember that, and it was late. It was October, as I recall. That's when the National Guard finally was mobilized.
Yeah.
But it was, you had law enforcement injured. You had in the Northeast, remember this, from everywhere from Kensington to the Port Richmond section of Philadelphia, businesses were burning. Everything was boarded up in
this
every
lasted
community.
6 months. This went from
was
Memorial
crazy.
Day through almost Halloween.
And then
what did AutoZone have to do with Black Lives? Why did they keep burning down these retailers?
Yeah.
Like, did AutoZone oppress you? What
Yeah.
happened? Did someone hit you with a windshield wiper? Like, I mean, what?
Well,
what
Glenn,
is the
Glenn
deal?
Walls, she does love the smell of burning tires. Remember
in
that?
Minnesota.
In Minnesota.
But here in
Smelled too much of it the way she
Philadelphia,
acts.
I will say this, that it was reprehensible. And you think about the buildup and what that means to people who, all these years later, what people care about. So think about what happened with more than 1,000 people were arrested and were facing charges. And what happened? Then Mayor Jim Kenney and DA Krasner basically gave them the papal, exonerated everybody, let them go. And because they said, well, they had some kind of fatigue or et cetera. And so these were people who were considered, violent offenders, who were considered looters, who burned businesses. And a lot of businesses at that point just left the city. People just closed up shop and said, I'm out. I'm done.
Was that before or after Jim Kenney was caught drinking Prosecco?
Oh, I know.
Why would you stay at that point, right? If I'm a business owner and I'm seeing someone destroy my business, then not like COVID hadn't destroyed it enough. But if someone comes in and literally like physically destroys my storefront, and then they're let go?
Yeah.
Why the hell would I stay?
Well, I knew a lot of bar owners that would say the same thing. They would say, look, I don't want to reopen this place as long as Jim Kenney's mayor. I don't want to reopen. I'm thinking of selling. That's it. It's time to go.
And think about
there were folks on Long Island. I spoke to people on Long Island, right? Pizza owner, a pizza parlor, like a pizzeria.
Yeah.
They were protests in a section of Long Island towards the East End. And he told me like he was in his pizzeria because he did not want it to be destroyed because it was already, it's a restaurant. So it's already kind of on the fence because of COVID. So he was doing curbside pizza and all this stuff with a shotgun behind the counter. And he said, if they came in, so be it. That's what was going to happen. I mean, this is what people were forced to do because they allowed the lawlessness to take over, right? Billions of dollars of property damage, things that, you'll never get over, but we have to hear about January 6th and that being the Holocaust. And I think, Dawn, you said it just before, and this is a fantastic. Could you imagine if Tucker Carlson, while he was on Fox News, came out and said, this reminds me of the Holocaust?
Yep.
Yeah.
Gone. It would have been boom. It would have been insanity wall to wall. Could you believe what Tucker Carlson just said? Meanwhile, Sonny Hostin is comparing January 6th to one of the worst periods in human history.
Yes.
Yeah. Human history.
Thank you.
Great way to put it.
And what she said was blasphemous to me.
Yep.
But I'll just remind you of here, here in Philadelphia, I'll never forget that entire summer, and we went almost to November, and the National Guard and we lived in it. I mean, we were scared. My community, all the businesses were boarded up. No matter where you lived in the city of Philadelphia, it was boarded up. People were scared. And I remember driving in, because a lot of people were, virtual. I was driving in, and to add insult to injury, I rolled through an intersection because there were so many streets that were shut down.
Yeah.
And I rolled through a red light because there were people out at 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. And I rolled through it was a red light camera. I got $100 ticket, and there was everything was shut down.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't even go fight it in any, traffic court. But it was because I rolled through. There was no traffic. There were people who were rioting in the streets.
Yep.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And it was just lawlessness and fear. And I just remember that the only time, like, the mayor spoke out passionately and strongly at the time, Mayor Kenny, was to criticize people who were trying to protect their homes or businesses.
Phil Almquist has a story as well.
Well, that morning that the 676 was actually shut down, I was here, scheduled to be here. So I literally missed that mess by under half hour. So I can only imagine if that happened half hour later and I don't get here because of that, what Greg Stocker would have said.
Oh, he would have been. He would have been like,
"Where are you?
Hello.
Where are you?" I'm stuck on 676. I would have started running people down just to make sure I got here.
Yeah. And it's funny you guys all talked about, too, like not even knowing what you're protesting. And you talked to Sean about Frederick Douglass and taking down the statue and the whole thing. It's the same thing with the Intifada and the Free Palestine and Glory to Gaza. All these people, especially the LGBTQ plus activists in that community, where they're marching around saying Free Palestine. And we've talked about this. Queers for Palestine. I'm like, we've said this many times. Go there. They'll cut your head off.
There.
You don't even know what you're protesting. You literally don't.
Tell me how tolerant they are of queers in Palestine.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't even have to be, by the way, you don't even have to be a queer and experience. All you have to do is be a Christian or a Jew in quote unquote Palestine, and you'll see how tolerant those people are. We had the same thing on Long Island in the summer, early spring of 2021, late spring, early summer of 2021. Black Lives Matter Long Island decided they were going to protest a pizzeria for firing a racist. Okay, the pizzeria fired a driver who used the N-word. Terrible. They fired him on the spot. The minute they got the complaint, he said, "Yeah, I did it. You're fired." They protested. I said, "What the hell are you guys doing?" They did usually when you protest, you want change, right? You want to change something. What would you rather them do? Hire him back?
Right.
I mean, what is it that you want? So we did a little boycott. We sent people in and they had their best day that they'd ever had. We had like thousands of people buying pizza from this place on that day. And it drove them crazy. I said, you did this because you don't know what you're protesting. You can't even explain what you want. It's like, when you ask Ketanji Brown Jackson, what is it? Well, I'm not a biologist. But how do you not know what you want? It's a ban assault weapons. What are they? I don't know, but I want them gone. Yeah. How could you tell me you want something gone and you don't know what that something is?
Yeah.
It's insane.
It really
is.
It's
absolutely insane.
And this is coming from the party of diversity, equity, and inclusion. I mean, when we talk specifically about the Middle East, it ain't diverse. They don't believe in equity, and they're damn sure not inclusive. So you don't think there's inclusion in America? Go over to Syria and see how inclusive they are. All right?
Yeah. The Free Palestine people, Nick, would also be the same people who called Trump Hitler.
That's correct.
What? So for the from the river to the sea people don't like Hitler? I'm very, very, very curious. They don't know. Yeah. That's the point. They don't know.
I think we solved that. That's good work. By the way, this is still the cut sheet, but sometimes we just have to fix everything that's wrong with society, and if it takes 20 minutes to do so, we will do that.
That's right.
Because we have 4 hours to play with. All right, let's continue. Speaking of Scott Jennings, let's go away from J6, but let's get to illegal immigration and the border. We're going to hear from Tom Homan in a couple of clips as well, but let's start with Scott Jennings. Phil, this is clip 11, who can't help but laugh when Democrats suggest that Joe Biden is actually handing over a rock-solid, secure border to Donald J. Trump in America. Clip 11, let's watch this.
I look at today, Donald Trump is inheriting one of the best economies that a president has inherited in a very long period of time. If you look at the fact that something like net migration at the border is lower than it was even before Donald Trump took office. If you want to look at the stock market, you're looking at the stock market right now.
I'm not even finished running it down yet. This is the first time. This is the first time.
The border needs to be secured further, and this number can be accurate.
But this is the first time.
That clip was 30 seconds. If I was Scott Jennings, I would have been laughing much sooner and interrupting before Scott Jennings actually snickered, and then that devolved into three people talking over each other at the same time. I mean, we are talking about the most disgraceful southern border to the tune of, you want to call it 10 million, you want to call it 15 million. I don't even think you're completely wrong if you suggest that there might be 20 million illegal immigrants in this country since this man took over in 2021. Sean, you mentioned it earlier, Biden, all these executive orders, and, not necessarily the biggest fan of executive orders, but my God, to sit there and imply that Trump is inheriting anything of good, anything remotely positive about our southern border or our northern border, by the way, or any border, east, west, drones. I mean, we have never been more vulnerable from a national security standpoint, in my opinion, in my lifetime than we are right now.
Yeah, and that's because the person in charge, they are not prioritizing what's important, okay? Security doesn't matter to the Biden administration. It never has. Seriously, these are the people who want to be nice to the criminals, the cashless bail party. This is the, we have to hire more social workers and less cops. Oh, okay, so when someone breaks in your house, wants to steal everything from you, what are you going to do? You're going to call a social worker to come talk to the criminal? I mean, we have to, there are these ideas. I get we want to be kind to one another, but there's literally a time and place for that. And then there's a time and place to kind of stand your ground, right? And, in those situations, it's time to stand your ground. I see if I could not do what Scott Jennings does, because like you said, he stays quiet for much longer than I'd be able to stay quiet. But I would be like, I would walk off the set. I would say, if you're just going to let this guy do this, what am I even supposed? How can I even want to be a part of something so ridiculous as to hear that the border is secure? It's like the Corinne John. Okay, if the border is secure, see my question from Scott. If I was Scott Jennings, I would have said, okay, if the border is secure, then why did Kamala Harris campaign on the fact that the border wasn't secure and blame it on Republicans? Can you answer that one, guy? Right? Well, the bipartisan border bill. Oh, okay, so the border is not secure. Why do we need a bill? I thought it was secure, right? I mean, these people will twist themselves in knots.
Yep. You're absolutely
what do
right.
we call them? Stupid people, right? That's
people.
what they are.
That's right. But you know what? The man who I think has an unbridled passion and a relentless spirit for cleaning up this mess, right on par with Donald Trump, perhaps maybe even more, because he has dedicated a large portion of his life to it, is Tom Homan. Let's get to clip 15. This is the border czar, an actual czar that will do things at the said border where he's assigned to be and handle things. This was from Sunday on Face the Nation. Clip 15, Tom Homan talking about El Salvador and how they would not take back their own mess. And this occurred when Homan was the ICE director. Let's listen to a little bit more on our southern border mess.
Well, first of all, we got President Trump coming in the Oval Office, and he's proven during his first administration his leadership on illegal immigration was a game changer because, for instance, El Salvador wouldn't take back MS-13 members when I was the ICE director. It took President Trump 48 hours to get El Salvador to take back their criminal aliens into their prisons. And Mexico didn't want to do the Remain in Mexico program, but President Trump was able to get Remain in Mexico established in Mexico. He was able to get Mexico put military in the southern and northern border. President Trump's a strong president. This administration has not forced these countries to take them back. And we have what we call a third safe country. We already have countries talking about taking back people from other countries. If for instance, Venezuela don't want to take their people back, there's other ways we can do it. There's other countries that be willing to accept them. We're hoping that President Trump will work with Venezuela and like he did with Mexico and El Salvador and get these countries taken back. If they don't, they're still going to be deported. They're just going to be deported to a different country. We're not going to be held up on removing public safety trust in this country. We got to put the safety of the American people first. We've had too many young women murdered and raped and burned alive by members of Venezuelan gangs. They need to be a priority under this administration. They're going to be a priority starting day one, and they will be deported.
Individuals burned alive on a subway in New York as a guy sits there fanning the flames legitimately as this lady, we talked about it was back in December, is literally standing there at the subway cart door on fire while she's standing there. Laken Riley. You go on and on and on with this list of all of these heinous acts. And I'm sorry, like, I don't give a damn about feelings, okay? So I don't want to hear, like, when people say, well, nobody's illegal. No. You are. If you're not here legally, then by default, you are here illegally. No, illegal alien. Take it up with the Constitution. So you can call them illegals. You can call them aliens. You can call them illegal aliens. You can call them illegal immigrants. You can call them migrants. I don't really care what you call them. I don't want people in my country illegally, because for years and years and years, decades and decades, centuries, people had to go through the vetting process, follow the rules, follow the law, adhere to the protocol, and then your day comes. That's the way it works, right? Like Sean Farish, Don Sensen, when I go to Dorney Park, I don't jump to the front of the line with my daughters to get on the water ride. I wait in line like everybody else. And if I don't, I'm breaking the rules and I should be dealt with. It's pretty simple. This is not a confusing subject, at least in my opinion, Farish.
Well, first of all, if you want to get rid of all the illegals, according to the left, then who are you going to have to clean your toilets, right? That was their excuse.
To the left, yeah.
Who's going to pick your food? Who's going to clean your hotel room? I'm sorry. Is that not one of the most racist things you've ever heard? I don't know what's more racist, that or when Kathy Hochul said, there's young black people in the Bronx who don't know what a computer is.
Oh, you remember that?
What? What did you just say? Could you imagine? Just for 1 second, everybody close your eyes unless you're driving. There are young black people in the Bronx. They have no idea what a computer is. We got to fix it. Do you imagine if Donald Trump said that?
He'd be impeached.
What they would impeach him, even if they would indict him for hate speech.
That's right.
It would. I mean, but the left, this is what they do. They are inherently racist. They're awful people, many of them. Some of them are, I believe there's a portion of leftists who actually believe that utopia is possible, and out of the goodness of their heart, they want to see, the land of make-believe on Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood where everybody gets along. Mm-hmm. I believe there's a portion of them, and then there's a portion of them, a much larger portion, that are just nasty people, like really nasty, entitled, just. They never fit in. So now they have to try and flex their muscles and make everybody else's life miserable because they were miserable at one point in time in their life. Like there's a lot of people with issues that are working it out right now, and it's rearing its ugly head. But they'll comment of, well, if you get rid of the illegals, who's going to pick your food? If that's not one of the most racist things I have ever heard, that if a Republican said it, if Laura Ingraham said something like that, what the reaction would have been, like Dawn said before, if a conservative commentator compared the BLM riots to the Holocaust, what the reaction would have been. For standards, if it wasn't for double standards, the left would have no standards at all.
Could you imagine? I mean, seriously, that was Kathy Hochul just about a year and a half ago. It was early 2023, late 2023, where she actually had the audacity to say that there are young black kids that don't know what a computer is. Like, this is 1977. Like, the computer's this new gizmo that was created that most people are oblivious to. I mean,
that only the upper class can get. And that's look, here's the problem. That's inferring a couple of things. A, it's inferring that young black people don't come from a household that can afford a computer, which they're not expensive if you want to get a low end, unit or something like that. That's number one. Number two, that's to assume that only the upper class can get access to computers, which means that she doesn't think that black people have the ability to work themselves into the upper class, which is even worse. I mean, this is the term. It's called the soft bigotry of low expectations. And now it's not just soft bigotry. It is straight up bigotry. Black people can't get IDs. Black people can't get Wi-Fi. Black people can't get computers. Black people can't get jobs. I mean, there is no better example of bigotry and racism than the rhetoric that the left uses when they talk about minorities.
Well, that's the thing that's the thing that's so insulting, and that's why I do think Trump did as well as he did with black male voters specifically. I think he got 21% of the black male vote. Still struggled with black female. I think it was around 7%, which I was a little bit surprised by. And I was off on my prediction. I thought that Trump would get anywhere from 15 to 20% of the black vote total. It looks like he came in at around 13%, which was still a slight improvement improvement over the 12% from 4 years ago. Like, I would be offended as a black voter that it typically votes Democrat if I had a bunch of white liberal Democrat politicians almost implying like, I need you, I can't survive without you, I can't go get my own ID, I can't do this, I don't know what a computer is, I can't afford X, Y, or Z. And why do they do that? Why do the Democrats do that? Because they know they need that voting base moving forward. And if we continue to see the trends with black voters, especially Hispanic voters, I mean, Trump crushed it with Hispanic voters. All of the, quote, demographics that typically lean Democrat and lean left and vote D, as they go further and further to the center and across the 50-yard line to the right, Democrats are in deep, deep doo-doo for a long time.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, you think about all of this, putting it into perspective, and then think about, we were talking about the summer of 2020, and think about one of the most famous people who was arrested and is still going through the process, even though he was exonerated by a jury of his peers. Let us not forget the most prominent person who was charged in all of those riots that injured dozens of law enforcement officers, including 13 who in May of 2020 were severely injured, some of them chemical burns. There were at least 4 police vehicles that were started on fire. Remember Joseph Bologna, remember the Philadelphia police former staff inspector, and they fired him, and he has just been tarred and feathered and dragged for years.
Yeah, they smear you.
Finally, a jury just this year, within 30 minutes of his trial, said not guilty.
Right.
Because remember, he was accused of during a protest on Temple University campus, it was a white kid, a student who was resisting arrest by all accounts. And so he was accused. The officer was then put on trial. And so he's, that's the kind of thing, that's the kind of nonsense and opposite upside down land that we've been living in. And I think everybody in the community, and in particular the people who've suffered the most, the people in Philadelphia, and that means, African Americans have said this whole thing, this is crazy land.
Yes.
We want law and order.
That's right. All right, that'll do it for round 1 of the cut sheet. I have a lot of good ones still ahead. We'll get to this coming up in part 2. Joe Biden snapping on reporters. We've got the video footage of Nancy Pelosi with a walker. Also, Jake Tapper makes an accusation in the direction of Ted Cruz. Kamala speaks to reporters after certifying Trump's loss. And also, Hulk Hogan arrived at WWE Monday Night Raw on Netflix last night. And when he got off of his private plane, he was wearing a Trump, Vance, Hogan, MAGA Powers t-shirt. We'll play you the footage of Donald Trump and the MAGA Powers when we continue with part 2 in about 50 minutes. We'll come back, get a big 3 from Dawn, and then coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, a very, very huge story in regards to sexual harassment and all sorts of big issues in media behind the scenes at Fox Sports Television. It's probably one of the 2 or 3 biggest stories in the country right now. We'll get some thoughts on this, what it means for the women's movement, Me Too. We've had a lot of stories recently where the man has been accused of X, Y, or Z, whether that was Trevor Bauer in baseball, whether it was that Bills punter. Ultimately, they were exonerated, but they don't get those years of their life back, or perhaps even a reputation. So we got a lot to get to, and we'll do it as we continue. It's Kayal Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Orosine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE. 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Roofing or siding issues? Don't wait. Call Emmons Roofing and Siding.
We provide comprehensive roofing and siding services with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction. And our warranties ensure peace of mind for you and your family.
Protect your home with the best warranties available in the industry.
Call Emmons at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Albert the Great Church on Welsh Road in Huntington Valley, Saturday, January 11th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Today is gonna be the day that they're gonna throw it back to you. By now you should have somehow realized what you gotta do. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. Backbeat, the word is on the street that the fire in your heart is out.
846, Kayal Company, Nick Hill, Dawn Sensland, Sean Farish, and for Greg Stocker. Making it make sense in an illogical, confused, crazy world. But normalcy is on the verge of returning in just 13 days. Common sense, American first policies. We can dream of no more foreign aid. Isn't that right, Farish?
That's right.
No more foreign aid.
End it all.
End it all. Not a dollar. Not a dime.
Not $0 and 0 cents is my only acceptable foreign aid budget.
There we go.
Some people call it radical. I say no. That
No.
just takes care of us.
Nope. That's right. 855-839-1210. We will get to that big story in the world of media with Fox coming up in just about 15 minutes. Also, our morning mystery movie clip at 9:20, the cut sheet part due today in music history, and what's on tap for the Dawn Show just about an hour from now. But before that, let's get it over to Dawn Stensland for a big 3 at 8:47.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal Company.
Sponsored by the Delaware County Office of Services for the Aging, Delco's COSA. Number one, talk about money laundering. Well, Philadelphia police say a laundromat, this is in the city's Juniata Park section, was burglarized. And to add insult to injury, police say when they arrived, they discovered somebody stole the cash register and the store safe. Suspect got away running on Castor Ave. They're checking surveillance cameras. They're confident they're going to catch this person. But kind of a new low for those who rely on the laundromat to get the laundry done.
Give me all your quarters, all your Tide, and all your Snuggle right now, and nobody gets hurt. And give me that damn register while you're at it.
But not the Boost.
That's
Love
right.
those Boosts.
What about all the tuna?
Sean,
I'm never going to let that go.
That'll
we
be
need
Friday.
to get the tuna heist solved.
I don't care what day of the week that gets solved. We have to have Sean Farish, a.k.a. President Trump, on that day to break that news.
Yes, on the bat phone.
It's going to be a
Right?
party.
That's
We're going
right.
to find out what happened. You know, everyone online always says, like, what's happening is a distraction to distract us from something or other. Everything, I think, is a distraction to keep us from solving the tuna mystery.
It's a sin, as Dawn
That's
would
my
say.
going theory.
Yes, I agree.
So we have that going on.
So, by the way, let's say, speaking of laundromats, when's the last time anybody actually used a public laundromat? Have you ever used one in your life?
Oh, I'm
Does
there all the
Ukraine count?
time.
Are you really? You use public laundromats? Dawn Stensland, of all people, using a public laundromat.
I love the laundromat.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
What, you sit down, read
Really?
Vanity Fair or something? What do you do while you're there?
No, it's I'll tell you which one I go to. It's the
You don't
laundromat
do that.
that is in Roxborough, like Andorra, Roxborough,
Uh-huh.
off Ridge.
Yeah?
It's right next door to a pub. Not that I go in the pub.
Well, I would.
But it's but no, I love the laundromat because they have those huge, that's where I take my rugs and comforters.
Ah, okay.
I can get so much laundry done.
Now, is this an economically savvy move to do this? Is that why you're doing it, as opposed to running it on your own machine and costing more on your bills?
It's times. It's just it's
Time. Okay.
Because
So while there's a load in home,
Mhm.
there's also a load going on of rugs and whatnot in the other laundromat.
Thank you.
This
And
is genius.
this all goes back to, remember when Trump talked about the dishwashers, but especially your clothes washers, that they've made them allegedly efficient, but they're not efficient because the most efficient load, it takes like an hour and 20.
Right.
And so it takes forever.
Right. And as Stalker has said when doing laundry,
know your load.
Exactly right.
So those huge machines, you can obviously do, many at a time, but
Yeah.
especially the rugs, the comforters, all that stuff. Yeah.
There you go.
I love the laundromat.
I'm a wizard with the laundry, by the way, Sean Farish. I can get the washer going. I get the dryer going. The only thing I don't like is actually having to fold and then put away.
Yeah.
I leave that for the
worst.
wife.
It's the worst.
I mean, putting it. I actually was saying yesterday. I was telling my wife. I said, look, if you didn't put the laundry away, I would just use the dryer as my closet.
Well,
Everything
honest
would
to
just
God.
sit in there.
I would
and
leave everything
just
in the baskets. Yeah.
Go get it. I wouldn't even go to the basket. It would just sit in the dryer.
And then it gets staticky, which drives me insane.
Zap,
all
everything
wrinkled.
gets zapped. I used to operate with the pile. The winter clothes is on the top of the pile, and then when summer comes, you just flip it.
Hey, boy. Hey, it's convenience,
Talk
right?
about efficiency.
It's
Efficiency.
Yeah, Doge would be.
Doge.
They would approve of that.
That's Doge approved. It's got the stamp of approval. Yeah.
Well, since you mentioned Doge, I will bring you to this story because if Elon Musk's mascot is the dog Doge, then perhaps Meta's Mark Zuckerberg is a copycat. Facebook now planning to replace its fact checkers with community notes, a move that Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg says will allow the social media network to return to, quote, our roots around free expression.
Oh, you don't say.
But
Yourself. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Musk. Yeah, it's interesting. I saw Dana White from the UFC is actually going to be involved on the board, I believe, with Meta. Zuckerberg has released a video on this. And also this morning on Fox and Friends on the TV side, they had a Meta executive talking about lifting the censorship restraints on Facebook users. Funny how everybody's falling in line now, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Kiss the ring.
That's right.
Smooch.
Are they kissing your ring yet, Mr. President?
They've been kissing everything, including, you know what else, right? The backside. They've been kissing big. They're puckering. I call it pucker up. Pete Buttigieg is very jealous, by the way.
Oh, yes. We love Petey.
Buttigieg! By the way, as we look at the travel headaches, there are reports of travel headaches at Philadelphia International Airport this morning after all the delays, the cancellations amid the winter storm yesterday. So still digging out from that one. And that's 10 minutes ago. We got an update that more than 2,000 flights canceled across the country because of what happened yesterday. It's all backing up as operations at Philadelphia International Airport are seeing a significant improvement this morning. That's the good news. But dozens of delays, more than 40 delays, 12 cancellations within the past, 20 minutes reported. So PHL says more than 380 delays, nearly 80 cancellations yesterday. So a lot of passengers just camping out, lengthy wait times, advising you if you're flying out this morning, you, of course, want to make sure that you call first and just check.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was. My daughters had dance canceled last night. We couldn't even go, and we would have made it just fine, but we couldn't even go from Bluebell out to Collegeville. They shut that down, and now I've got my daughter's chorus concert tonight, and I'm hoping they don't cancel that because they went back to school today. Today's business as usual. But who knows? I mean, if the temperatures stay the way they are and roads are frozen, I have no idea what they're going to do. They'll look for any reason to wiggle out of these things.
I hope it. Everything's salted. It is Montgomery County, which is better. So
yeah.
I hope they can get that through.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were surprised. I had like my water crock, my grandma's meatballs in the crock pot still. So we went out about 4:30 yesterday, and all of us, and we were shoveling the driveway and everything. But then, did you see that it snowed again?
Yeah.
That was like what, 6:30-ish,
7
or something?
o'clock. Yeah, it was very, very light by my house.
So, and that's the problem with today. Even if everything's plowed, and then we have these 40-mile-an-hour winds. That kind of create that coating on the roads. I think that's the fear for this evening.
Yeah, I can confirm those little snow flurries around 6:30 or 7 because, conveniently my dog had to go out and take a dump and he was out there for 20 minutes because you got to find the perfect
20
spot.
minutes?
Yeah, you got to spin around in circles and find the exact perfect location. X marks
kind of
the
dog?
spot. He's a lab from hell.
He looks. Wait, doesn't he look like Dana Perino's dog?
He looks just like
they're
Dana.
twins?
It looks like
Don't
just
say
like
that.
Dana Perino's dog.
Don't say that too loud. If Christy Nome's listening, you might not have a dog for much longer.
Oh, that's true. I'm going to call either Christy Nome or Mike Vick.
Got to get you like
No. Be nice to your dog, even if he takes 20-minute poops. It's okay.
Why do I have the feeling that Dana Perino's dog is much more intelligent and well behaved? Just a gut feeling in my insides.
I heard. By the way, it took Biden 20 minutes to poop in front of the Pope.
Oh,
Not a joke.
Oh no.
Yeah, Joe.
He went around in circles too.
Joe spinning around with his tail up and doing the little hunch.
Oh, 1 second, Mr. Pope.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
right with you.
Yeah, my dog is the total diva because he starts going around. And it's like musical chairs, and then he gets all ready, and then it's like it starts to start hanging out a little bit. I'm like, would you just let it go? It's 18 degrees out, dude. Not all of us have fur coats.
I got news for you. I might start doing that too. Not the hanging out part, but the 20-minute, dance to going around in circles.
Wait, do we have Nick on YouTube doing that little?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
we got
that
video
was
of
on
that.
there.
That was
Yeah, we can clip that for later.
That
today.
was a classic.
There you go.
That was hysterical. The gophering, the dog gophering. If you
Did
will.
Buddy Boy used to act that way, Dawn?
No, he was quick.
He was quick.
He was like, "Oh, we got
in and out, right?
Yeah.
Or out and back
Just
in.
boom.
Yeah.
Get her done."
Yeah.
So we are sponsored by the Delaware County Office of Services for the Aging in our Big Three. If you have questions about aging, the Delaware County Office of Services for the Aging, or COSA, C-O-S-A, they can point you in the right direction. So to see how COSA can really help you or a loved one, just visit delcosa.org. And COSA is, of course, supported by the Delaware County Council. Thank you for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 8:57, we'll come back. 9 o'clock hour on the way. The Morning Mystery Movie Clip in just over 20 minutes. Your chance at another pair of tickets for the Philadelphia Auto Show coming up at the Convention Center from January 11th through the 20th. Saw all sorts of television ads for it. Looks like it's going to be a heck of a operation this year. If you're into the automobile industry, those tickets are right up your alleyway. We'll get to that at 9:20. But when we come back, big Me Too movement, lots of scandals in the world of sports media television, and it happened at Fox Sports, of all places. Huge story. We'll get to it and make sense of what's happening here on the other side of Kayal Company. Fourth hour is next.
You know, I'm already cooking dinner when I think about the oven-roasted pulled chicken. What about the smoked barbecued pulled pork, the homemade chili, or maybe David's favorite, the chicken parm meatballs? Chicken Parmesan meatballs, but in the middle, that soft, delicious center of Parmesan cheese. Although for Lair Bear, he loves the old-fashioned pot roast. He's a beef guy, Grandma's homemade meatballs. I know I'm making you hungry right now as I talk about whatacrock.com. And I was just talking about it a minute ago on the air, that I always have something good simmering in the crock pot, thanks to my friends at whatacrock.com. You got to try it. If your New Year's resolution is to cook more and eat out less, let whatacrock.com help with their easy-to-cook, nutritious dinners. I always say it's home cooked, just not by me. Drop one of their meals into your slow cooker in the morning. Go about your day. Come home to a delicious dinner waiting for you, simmering, and it smells so good. No chopping, no slicing, no searing, no prep required. That's what I love about it. And no subscription required to order. What a Crock's meals make an excellent gift for anybody who could use a little help in the kitchen or maybe an easy meal. What about people in your life recovering from surgery or illness? Those new parents, the college kids in your life, the college students, or maybe as a sorry for your loss gift that you can send. Meals are delivered quickly. If you want them to be able to choose their own meals, give the gift of a What a Crock digital card. Use promo code WPHT. Get $10 off your order. Whatacrock.com. Homemade, delicious, home cooked, just not by me. Make sure you use promo code WPHT. Get $10 off your order. Whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
Drive off in your dream car with an auto loan from American Heritage Credit Union. We're proud to offer low rates and flexible terms to ensure you're getting the vehicle you truly want. Lock in with low monthly payments and terms up to 84 months. Or if your lease is nearing its end, consider a lease buyout to stick with your reliable vehicle. To learn more, visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/auto. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
California Psychics is the real deal. They helped me out, totally changed my attitude, totally got me psyched to start my business and take a new path in my life.
At California Psychics, customers like Jeremy trust us to connect them with only the best. In fact, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to us. So we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free.
I feel like she really kind of made a connection with me. She knew something about my personality, knew a little bit about me. Now I'm really confident about getting out there and just getting it done.
Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. That's a real deal you don't want to miss. So join Jeremy and experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Get insights on the go. Download the California Psychics app today.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
The election is over and a new pro-business administration's about to begin. At Swish Funding, we're ready to help America's small businesses thrive in 25. Whether it's for cash flow, expansion, or new equipment, Swish Funding has flexible funding options from $25,000 up to $2 million. You could get a decision in minutes and cash in your account in as little as 24 hours, with rates as low as 8%. To qualify, be in business at least 1 year, with monthly revenue of at least $50,000. Apply today at swishfunding.com. SWISH funding.com.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 12th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in in-demand fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills and credentials you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best, better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's 9:05, the fourth and final hour of Kayal Company underway, live on this Tuesday morning, January 7th, the year 2025. Happy New Year, everybody. I'm not sure what the rules are, how long you can say Happy New Year for. They'll probably talk about that on sports radio later today. How long can you say Happy New Year before it's a violation and you got to stop saying it? Speaking of sports, we got to get to this story. In the world of sports media, and it's not really necessarily about sports. This could be happening at any network, news, sports, entertainment. This could be happening at any workplace, whether it's a public company or a private company. But a huge bombshell came down on Sunday courtesy of Front Office Sports that reported Fox Sports, which is owned by Fox Corporation, Fox News, Fox Sports, the Murdochs, they've purchased Outkick, the New York Post, Daily Mail, on down the list. Apparently several prominent on-air personalities, male and female, as well as executives way atop the food chain, had been named defendants in a wide-ranging workplace misconduct lawsuit that was filed in California. The suit is brought by a former Fox Sports hairstylist. We mentioned this a little bit in passing yesterday with Tony Bruno on the show because Tony used to work for Fox Sports. The Fox Sports hairstylist, her name is Nushin Faraji, who worked at the company for over a decade, and details allegations of sexual harassment from former Fox Sports 1 host Skip Bayless and Fox Sports executive director Charlie Dixon, along with racially insensitive comments made by current Fox Sports host Joy Taylor. Front Office Sports first reported this story, and I have a copy of this story from awfulannouncing.com, which is a media analysis company, and there are 11 stunning different accusations. I won't get into all the specifics due to time constraints. I'll just kind of headline them for you. And some of you might know these names in sports media if you are somebody that consumes news, politics, and sports. Skip Bayless, talking head on television, used to work with Stephen A. Smith. He apparently offered this hairstylist $1.5 million for sex. That's probably the headliner of all of this. Then you have a Fox executive, Charlie Dixon, who allegedly gave Joy Taylor, who's a female talent and personality on the network, the lead hosting role as a reward for having sex with him. Then you have other things such as this executive Dixon groping the person that brought this suit forward at a company party, in which Joy Taylor tells another female to deal with it and get over it. Then you have accusations that this executive Dixon paid off Taylor's then fiance in exchange for silence about the relationship that they had. Then there's another claim that Joy Taylor again used her sexuality for advancement in her career to be on another show, and it goes on and on and on and on down the list. And it's perfect to have both Sean and Dawn on the show today because we can look at this from many different angles. Dawn, I'll actually start with you as a female that has worked in many different entities, broadcast-wise, television, radio, a lot of talent that you've worked with that are men, executives and bosses that are men. And let me just say this. These are all allegations. We have no idea what's true. But if, in fact, this is true, and I ask you this from the Joy Taylor perspective, where she's been accused multiple times of, for lack of a better phrase, sleeping her way to the top of the ladder at the network from an on-air vantage point. If that's true, is this not a big deal because, quote, this stuff happens? Does this set the woman's movement back? We know the challenges that women face in male-dominated professions. What do you make of this?
Well, first of all, he offered her $1.5 million.
Well, that was Skip Bayless, the on-air host.
Right.
For the
hairdresser.
hairstylist. Yes. And you can look at it from that angle as well. I was looking at it from the executive basically promoting Joy Taylor after having had a relationship with her.
Well, all that stuff has been going on forever. So to me, that's old news.
But does that piss off women that try to make it, that don't make it, that do it the, quote, right way?
It's, here's
like merit-based,
yeah, I mean,
advancement?
Here's the thing. It's been going on forever. It's going on right now. It's not, so the truth is, to me, I don't know, maybe I'm too callous to it, but I just think this stuff has been going on for years. It's not politically correct for me to say that, in those times, has that happened to me? Now, nobody has offered me $1.5 million, okay? But have I been grabbed, propositioned, harassed? Sure, it happens. It happens right now. And so it's just, how do you handle it? How do you navigate? And you don't have to be in a, this stuff happens. What strikes me about this is that these people are nutty. that they have. First of all, how much money does he make that he can offer $1.5 million? He's kissing this hairdresser's hands. Obviously, I think she, out of any of them, comes off as like credible because she's saying, look, this guy just wouldn't leave me alone.
The amount of accusations, the sheer volume of accusations and allegations
bizarre.
here, the specific details. If I had to go on record and say, okay, Nick Kayal, do you think this happened or this is completely made up? I think this probably happened to some extent.
To some extent.
Across the board in many different varieties. But Sean Ferris, we've seen this recently. I mean, Trevor Bauer, he was indicted and roasted and skewered. The Bills punter, we've seen countless instances here recently where it was merely made up and these were lies and, it's defamation, it's libel, it's career suicide, to where a lot of these guys, they never get their career back even once they're exonerated.
Right. The only person I think I saw get their career back was Trump, right? After the E. Jean Carroll stuff. But,
Yeah.
I mean, Matt Ariza, he's with the Bills. He's in the NFL, but I mean, reputationally, what does that do to a guy like that?
Mhm.
Right. Trevor Bauer, he has not gotten his career back. He's pitching in Mexico, was by far the best pitcher in that league last year. Clearly has the talent to play in Major League Baseball, has not been proven guilty in a court of law. Nothing of substance has been uncovered by any league investigations into what he was alleged of, and his accusers are now being indicted for fraud, right? And extortion related, activity right there. So, this is the problem, and it's the old cliche, the boy who cried wolf, right? And this is really the same thing. You could say the same thing about racism, right? With Bubba Wallace and Jussie Smollett. If the new thing and the new trend is going to be that we're going to continue to accuse, and I'm not saying that's what happened in this case, but we've seen it happen, as you just showed, in other cases. We don't know who to believe anymore, right? And that becomes a problem for the real victims of these crimes, right?
Yeah.
If it's racism is abhorrent. We should not be committing any sort of or encouraging or allowing any race based crimes or prejudices that are rooted in that type of evil. Same with rape or sexual assault or sexual harassment. The problem is a lot of people will use that allegation to smear somebody when something didn't happen,
right?
Whether it's racism, whether it's sexual assault or one of these abuse, type of things, Me Too movement types of things. And it hurts people. All right. Look at Bauer. I'm not saying I'm not saying he's a saint. I've heard stories and people have heard that he's not the best teammate. And maybe the relationship that he was in with this girl was, a little off color, whatever. Okay. But it's not on the field. Doesn't really matter. He didn't do what he was accused of doing, but he's still being treated as if he was found guilty of doing it.
Yeah.
When it never happened. And that's not justice either.
Well, and we've also seen this beyond Trump, some of his cabinet selections, right? So, I mean, we saw Matt Gaetz,
Hegseth,
we
yeah.
saw Pete
Matt
Hegseth, right? I mean, maybe some of it's true, maybe it's not. But for somebody to have to be forced
Kavanaugh.
out of a position, and there's a difference too between committing infidelity versus committing rape or sexual
Right.
assault. One is morally wrong, the other one is criminally wrong. But then the other aspect of this is, and I always look at it from the media perspective of what the mainstream media, and you can lump sports media because most of them are left-wingers or Democrats. The thing that I hate about a lot of these pretentious, phony individuals that you see lecturing from their soapbox on television every day is they don't live the life that they claim to lead and that they advocate for when it comes to politics or social issues. I want to play, and again, I have no idea if Joy Taylor slept with bosses to get promotions. I have no idea. But here was a clip. This is her, Phil, let's have this. This is K3. Joy Taylor, who is the sister of former Dolphins great pass rusher from the 90s, Jason Taylor. She says that it's very difficult for women in sports media to rise up the ladder, which it is. Having worked in sports media for 16 years, women definitely face more upstream hurdles than a former pro athlete who retires, can't put a sentence together, and then is handed a 6-figure radio contract. Trust me, I've seen it happen. It's a disgrace. But here's Joy Taylor saying she has to work harder despite her gender differences. Let's listen to this, K3.
Wake up call, same time. How would I not know how hard it is to do the show I work on? You have to constantly reaffirm that you are good enough, that you belong there, and then always prove it. So I would just always say you got to do twice the work to get half the opportunity. But that, to me, the mentality I've always had on it is that's just going to make me better. So that's why I'm excellent. Because I had to be. I couldn't be average. I couldn't be okay. I couldn't be late. I couldn't complain. I couldn't say no. Now I do.
Right. Okay, so she says she had to work twice as hard, right?
And that was Taylor?
That was Joy Taylor. So if that's true, then kudos to you for knocking down doors and doing what you do and making a lot of money talking sports with the boys, so to speak, right? Guy-centric media, mostly, you have your sideline reporters that are females or like the traffic cop on a 4-person show, and she's surrounded with 2 former players, a journalist, a TV guy. But if these allegations are true, then that exposes her for being a fraud and a hypocrite. And that's the thing that I really love to point out. And again, we don't know if it's true or not, but Sean Farish, we see this so many times on CNN or on MSNBC, or all of these people that jumped on the BLM train or, the COVID vaccine train. They lecture you. They tell you, live your life like this. But behind the scenes, they're the biggest frauds and hypocrites known to man. That's what bothers me.
Rules for me, but not, or rules for thee, but not for me.
Right.
Kind of reverse there. That's exactly what goes on. BLM, buy large mansions. The Patrisse Cullors is buying a house in a white neighborhood. I mean, a large house in a white neighborhood. So you're the symbol, it's like Star Wars. You've become the very thing you swore to destroy, right? You were the chosen one. None of these people were the chosen one, by the way. Just want to put that out there. Okay. But you see it all the time. Live your life this way, atone for your whiteness. And then, but behind the scenes when the camera's off, there's no, they're not living their life that way. Even, look at a guy like Chris Cuomo back during the COVID era, telling everyone you have to stay home. If you have the virus, it's terrible. And then he tests positive. And then he is found on a bike in the Hamptons getting into a fight with somebody. And that didn't stop him.
No,
that didn't stop, because on CNN, they did this whole groundhog. Oh, Chris Cuomo is finally coming out of the basement. He was out of the basement. He was on a bike. I mean, we saw him out. It's like they put forth this facade. They expect you to just blindly believe it. Don't worry about what happens behind the scenes. Only worry about what happens on your screen. That's reality, and the rest of it's a lie. Yeah,
Gavin Newsom. We saw Gavin Newsom during the pandemic. Everybody was locked down, forced to stay inside, wear masks when you go out. What's Gavin Newsom? Sitting at a $500 a plate restaurant with Magic Johnson. No social distancing, no masks. Rules for the
Pelosi.
But not, exactly right. Nancy Pelosi as well. All right, 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, 920. How about this? 2 days in a row, I am on time for the morning mystery movie clip. Jimmy Kelly, let's see what we have lined up today.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
There she is. Yep. There's Eleanor.
Eleanor is Memphis' unicorn.
What's a unicorn?
Fabled creature. The horse with the horn, impossible to capture. It's the one card, no matter how many times you try to boo, something always happens.
We're gonna get through this time, right? It's gonna be smooth.
What's he doing?
Easy.
He's talking to her, man.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Once again today, a pair of tickets to the Philadelphia Auto Show at the Philadelphia Convention Center. It's coming up January 11th through January 20th. For tickets and more information, visit PhillyAutoShow.com. Caller 12-855-839-1210. The phone number. See if we get our winner on the other side, as well as what is on the cut sheet part 2, followed by Today in Music History with Phil Almquist All still ahead here on Kayal Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Win big this holiday season with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal, offering the best HVAC value on new installs to keep your home warm. Save thousands instantly with no equipment markups, extended 10-year warranty, rebates, and tax credits. Plus, CNC makes budgeting for your new system easy with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York-certified comfort experts, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com. Offers only for new installations through January 31st.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. When you apply to University of Maryland Global Campus by February 12th, you'll pay no application fee. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Get your application fee waived through February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Tuesday morning here on Kayal Company. Nick Kale, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker today. We'll find out what occurred today in music history from Phil Almquist coming up in just about 20 minutes. Also, what's on the cut sheet part 2 That's coming up here in a matter of moments as we've got our morning mystery movie clip winner on the line. And let's see if we have our winner. It is Marlena in Marlton, New Jersey. Marlena, good morning. What movie did we just play for you?
Good morning, guys. Gone in 60 Seconds.
That is correct. Congratulations. You've got yourself the pair of tickets to the Philadelphia Auto Show.
I'm so excited, guys. Thank you.
You are welcome, and you are gone in 27 seconds. How about that? Gone in 60 seconds, the movie. Marlena gone in 27 seconds, but she's walking away with a pair of tickets to the Philadelphia Auto Show. All right, Jimmy Kelly, I got a lot of good clips to get to, so why waste any time? Let's get to What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. Yes. What is on the cut sheet, Part 2, here on a Tuesday morning. Where do I want to start? I've got at least 6 or 7 goodies here. You know what? Let's round back to where we started the show this morning, talking about the certification of Donald Trump's victory over Kamala Harris. We gave you her pre-recorded message in the Big Take, as well as her certification yesterday with MAGA Mike Johnson in the background with a big grin on his face. Life's good right now for MAGA Mike, right? 1 round of votes, Sean Farish. He gets to ride on Trump Force One. He gets to sit next to Bobby, Elon, and DJT while they're eating McDonald's. And then he gets to snicker at Kamala Harris. MAGA Mike's feeling pretty good these days.
Yeah, I think so. The smirking. He did that during the State of the Union, too.
He
you know,
did.
if only he could be as effective a Speaker of the House as he is a smirker, I'd be happy.
Yeah.
But hey, he's working with a thin majority.
Mm-hmm. It was almost as good, if you recall the video a couple of days ago where J.D. Vance was laughing as Kamala was swearing in senators from this past election, and he's chuckling, and everybody's like, man, he just does not take Kamala Harris remotely seriously.
He doesn't.
But the media, they try to take her seriously. Let's get to clip 29 as Kamala Harris speaks to reporters after she certified her loss to Donald Trump. Clip 29, Phil.
Well, today was obviously a very important day, and it was about what should be the norm and what the American people should be able to take for granted, which is that one of the most important pillars of our democracy is that there will be a peaceful transfer of power. And today I did what I have done my entire career, which is take seriously the oath that I have taken many times to support and defend the Constitution of the United States, which included today performing my constitutional duties to ensure that the people of America, the voters of America, will have their votes counted, that those votes matter, and that they will determine then the outcome of an election. I do believe very strongly that America's democracy is only as strong as our willingness to fight for it. Every single person, their willingness to fight for and respect the importance of our democracy. Otherwise, it is very fragile, and it will not be able to withstand moments of crisis. And today, America's democracy stood.
You know, you got to love that. She sits there and she says, I take this very, very seriously. When for 4 years, everything was nothing but a joke. Everything was a laugh and a cackle and this uncomfortable crutch that she relied on. And she can sit there and spin it with all of the verbiage and the cliches and the politically correct response. But deep down inside, she said yesterday sucked. Yesterday was an awful day. I was supposed to do what Hillary couldn't do. I was supposed to do what Obama was able to do. And I was going to just merely beat Donald J. Trump because he's a threat to democracy, and Roe v. Wade will carry me to the finish line, when in all actuality, she got smoked. Now, she did technically get more votes than Barack Obama from years ago, so I guess if she's looking for a positive, maybe that's one of them, but she lost the popular vote to a Republican, and she got swept in the swing states. That had to be, if I had to guess right now, Sean Farish, I would say that was the worst political day of her life yesterday. I think that's actually worse than her losing on November 5th in the wee hours. What was it, about 2:30 a.m. on November 6th?
Like, she wasn't sober, so that's okay. She didn't even remember that. She wasn't so the fork just came out because that was a word sound. We have to fight for this and our democracy and pillars and all this other. Okay, fine. Did she get more votes than Barack Obama? She did, but she, unfortunately for her, wasn't running against Barack Obama, right? And the fact that she lost to a Republican in the popular vote isn't just the end of it, right? She lost to a Republican that they called a rapist and a convicted felon and an insurrectionist and a Nazi and Hitler and a wannabe dictator, and he will be a dictator and the worst guy in the world and a threat to democracy and a Russian puppet and Putin's asset and all that. I mean, she lost to that guy.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine if the media was even remotely fair, what that vote total would have looked like.
Yes.
I mean, it would have been like 70-30.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, it wouldn't have even been close.
Yeah.
So, I think yesterday was a bad day for Kamala Harris, which means it was a good day for America.
Yeah.
Period.
Great day for North America, for Canada, for this continent, right? It was a great day. Greenland as well. And just lastly, on all the things that we've heard from her, and hopefully we don't have to hear from her again. And God help the Republicans that will have to hear from her in California if she has ambitions of being the governor of California. After Gavin Newsom, which I mean, I don't know. It's California. Anything's possible, and they're crazy out there. But I'd probably bet against her not running or certainly not winning. The whole democracy thing. To this day, and I've said this many times on the show, the subversion of democracy that they tried to pull with the coup and the switcheroo is, to me, still one of the biggest acts of malpractice by the media and not truly covering it from the angle it should be covered. You can't run for 4 years on your opponent being a threat to democracy. And then the guy, whether you like him or not, whether you voted for him or not, Joe Biden got 14 million votes in a Democratic primary. The Democrat Party said, and their voters said, we want Joe again. Don't know why, but that's what they said. He has a terrible night, which confirms all of our beliefs for the last 4 years that he was slipping. And then you put in somebody who has never secured a vote and never won a primary in their lives. Like, that is the antithesis of a threat to democracy. You are saying, we don't care what you, the people, want. We're going to install who we choose. Could you imagine if the roles were reversed? If the Republican Party would have done that? What the media would be saying?
They didn't even let the people choose Biden.
No.
Because they rigged that against the Dean Phillips and the other folks that were going to. They rigged the primary for the guy that they disposed of and then rigged it for somebody else.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all they're doing. And it's, there's a Republican saying they rigged. The primary process where Joe Biden got 14 million votes was not a legitimate primary process.
True.
Okay, there were no debates. They iced RFK out.
Yep.
They didn't take Dean Phillips seriously. In all fairness, Dean Phillips probably wasn't a serious candidate.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to be the pillars of democracy and these big fighters for democracy, then you let the guy speak and you give him a chance and you let the voters decide. They didn't do that the first time.
Yeah.
And the second time, there weren't even votes, to the point where there were people on social media, specifically on X. I remember an interaction a friend of mine had where he was like, Kamala Harris literally, the Democrat Party literally subverted democracy by installing Harris as the nominee. And the person said, how? And he said, there were no votes. There were no primary. Well, what do we need a primary for anyway? Because that's how you pick the candidate. Oh, my gosh. That's where the voters express who they want to represent the party.
Yep.
But you're right. They won't. The media not holding them accountable just goes to show you, right? They don't believe a word they say. We just talked about this with Rules for Thee, right?
You're exactly right. All right. Last night was the debut of the WWE leaving broadcast television and going to Netflix. I actually believe probably in less than 10 years, you're going to see the Super Bowl either on Netflix or Amazon Prime. It's going to go to streaming. There's no doubt. That's where things are trending and migrating towards. But getting off of last night was their big debut. They were in Los Angeles. They brought back all their old guys, The Rock, John Cena, things like that, and also Hulk Hogan. And if you remember at the RNC, Hulk Hogan ripped off his shirt, and he had the MAGA shirt underneath, and he was like, when they took a shot at my president, that was the last straw. He rips the shirt off, and he's like, let Trumpomania run wild again. And then, of course, Hogan was at a few other outings with Trump. So last night, he gets off his plane, and the WWE on all their social channels showed the video of Hogan wearing a shirt that said the MAGA powers with Trump, J.D. Vance, and Hulk Hogan. I want to play you this, and then I got a thought on as to why this is happening. Clip 35, Phil, let's see Hulk Hogan and the MAGA power shirt.
That Raw Netflix greatest tag team partners of all times. I've been with the big ones. Tagged up with Andre, had the tag titles myself, tagged up with Macho Man. But Netflix, Monday Night Raw, and guess what? Real American Beer teamed up. Doesn't get any stronger than that, brother.
Now, also keep in mind, Real American Beer is the beer company that we talked about back in the Bud Light debacle post Dylan Mulvaney that is founded and operated by conservatives. So he is sponsored by that. And I think this is important because this shows you the changing of the guard in mainstream culture today with Trump. How Trump has never been more popular. He's never received more votes than he did the third time around. And here you are, big left-wing, big tech company like Netflix, WWE, they're owned and operated, previously by the McMahons that are Republicans, but they never really allowed their political preferences to come into their business. And here you have a huge, call it a merger, a partnership between two major entities. And no way did they try to cover up or tell Hulk Hogan he couldn't wear the Trump shirt. It just really goes to show you that we are seeing that it's no longer toxic to show you're a Republican or a Trump supporter in public, even when there's big money involved, like with Netflix. I thought that was great last night.
Yeah, I think it's good too. I think it's nice to see that a guy can freely be himself, and not have any sort of apprehension about doing so. That's what free speech is supposed to look like, and I know that Zuckerberg just made his announcement, right? That you mentioned that he's going to be dialing back the censorship on his platforms. I don't trust him one bit.
No.
Okay. However, if he's telling the truth, if Facebook does stop restricting certain content, if the algorithms are more evenly balanced, it's never going to be perfect. It's not perfect anywhere. The bottom line with all that is the less censorship, the better. And this is why I love the free market, right? Because X is leading the way. They're as close to a free speech, posting platform. Rumble is a free speech video platform. They're probably the best out there. But X is far and away the biggest social media platform and is leading the way. And this is a business decision for Zuckerberg. I wouldn't be shocked. You give him a couple drinks and he tells you he's probably still a bleeding heart liberal. Doesn't matter. The less censorship online, the better.
Yep.
Okay. If it's a business decision and money is pushing him in the direction of being fairer, fine. Because now we do what Donald Trump did. Okay. On TikTok. TikTok is a mess.
Mm-hmm.
They'll take you down in a second. They won't even tell you why. All right. But he used TikTok to get his message out. We can saturate all of the social media ecosystem right now, with the exception of YouTube. And maybe there'll be the next domino to fall, right? I'm not saying that rely on Meta and Zuckerberg and these people to build your livelihoods, but by all means, use those platforms if they're going to tell you you're going to be treated more fair. I mean, I don't want to give them my data. They already have your data. If you use it once, they've got your data.
Yeah.
Okay. I think the less censorship, the better. And good on, Netflix and WWE. And I know they merged with UFC. Good on all those guys to let Hulk Hogan just be himself.
I agree. All right. Lastly, you mentioned Facebook and Meta and Zuckerberg. Let's play clip 2 if we could, Phil. This is actually really scary. We're going to go back to the New Orleans terror attack, where apparently the terror attack suspect, obviously, I guess you can't even call him a suspect anymore. We know who it was. Shamsuddin Jabbar actually wore Meta smart glasses during the attack, so says the FBI. Clip 2. Let's watch this. Okay, we don't have any audio for that. That's my fault. But you can see. Phil, actually, if we could we just go back? Let me just re-rack that from the beginning, if you don't mind. Because he pops up. All right, so yeah, let's play this right from the beginning. He's wearing those Meta glasses. It looks like he's in his apartment or his house. Then you see him on the sidewalk leading up to these terror attacks, presumably early in the evening on New Year's Eve into January 1st. And from what I gather, from what I read about this yesterday, and you'll see this continue, I'm not sure how long this clip goes for, but you can keep watching on YouTube. These smart Meta glasses, and I don't have them. I know my daughter's one of like those Oculus headsets that are like $299, but you can actually record audio and video with the glasses, and there's all sorts of other features. And I'm not really sure what, this actually did to enhance this guy's ability to pull off this attack. Although it does seem like if, they were able to grab the glasses, which I don't know that they have. I haven't heard a report from the feds after the shootout occurred where they killed this guy, Jabbar, if they've grabbed the glasses and if they've actually been able to, go through the recording or if, in fact, the glasses were completely destroyed. But I know, Sean, you're into a lot of this technology. You like to fly a drone around. Is this cause for concern moving forward, or is this just kind of the catch-22 in the tech-savvy world we live in?
Oh, it's weird because I love technology. You mentioned my drone and the developments in technology. I'm a Star Wars geek, so like I have a feeling like R2-D2 is going to be a real thing soon, and like that's really cool. But the flip side of it is, it could be used for bad purposes, and not just by a terrorist, but government too, right? I mean, they already are doing that. Think about it. Your phone, our phone, is a great tool to have. If you're caught in a pinch and you need help, you can call somebody. If you're at home and something breaks, you can go on YouTube and find a DIY video. But at the same point, these things got people in trouble on January 6th because they tracked your location. So, it's a live by the sword, die by the sword type of thing. And I don't know the answer because I don't like regulation.
Right.
I feel like the more regulations we have, the more the tougher it is for us to actually enjoy our freedoms.
Yeah.
But it is a catch. It's somewhat of a catch-22. It's between a rock and a hard place. It's a tough place to be. I love tech, and I think the whole futuristic thing, I think it's awesome. The Oculus, whatever those things are, I don't use them. I get headaches, but they sound like they're a lot of fun. My drone has VR. I used to fly in a VR, but at the same time, it could be used for nefarious purposes. And that's damned if you do, damned if you don't, then at that point.
The FBI said Jabbar would film the area with his smart glasses as he rode the bicycle through the French Quarter. Meta glasses appear to look like regular glasses, but they allow a user to record videos and photos hands-free, and they also allow the user to potentially live stream through their video. No word as to whether or not this was actually live streamed from Jabbar, but that is according to the FBI. All right, we will come back and find out what occurred today in music history, as well as what is on tap for the Dawn Show. Just 16 minutes out here on a Tuesday on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
And wind chills expected in the single digits today, teens for the next few days. This Arctic blast of a forecast sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union. Warnings by the National Weather Service of blowing snow, mostly sunny, a high near 30 today, but blustery with that northwest wind around 20 miles an hour with gusts as high as 40 miles an hour. Earn up to 4% cash back an American Heritage Credit Cash Reward MasterCard on essential items such as groceries, gas, pharmacies, and home improvement stores. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback, insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal opportunity lender. Thank you, American Heritage Credit Union, for sponsoring us.
Join us for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event to witness documentation and learn how you can earn double-digit interest returns like many of our Crash Proof clients with none of the pitfalls of investing on the market.
Roseanne Fitzgerald, Upper Darby, Pennsylvania. With Crash Proof, we earn 20% interest, which is credited What we've earned can never be taken away.
Marilyn Becker's, Malvern, Pennsylvania. The 13% and 20% returns we received this year gets added to the principal. There's no fees, and you can sleep at night. You can't get that on Wall Street.
Paul Wirtz. I'm from Philadelphia. I earned 24% this year. No matter what happens in the future this year or next year, I know that my principal is protected, my retirement is secure.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn, January 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Is your kitchen or bathroom in need of a makeover?
It's time to transform your home into a personal oasis with Emmons Remodeling.
Our expert team specializes in kitchen and bathroom renovations, creating beautiful, functional spaces you and your family will love. We handle everything from design to installation.
So call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Mustard. 9:49. It is a Tuesday morning as we wind things down. The Dawn Show coming up top of the hour. Find out what she has lined up in just a few moments here on this Tuesday, January 7th. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenzel, and Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker. Jimmy Kelly handling all the music today. Nice work, Jimbo. As we find out, speaking of music, what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal Company.
7th, we celebrate the birthdays of Kathy Valentine from the Go-Go's, who's 66, and Kenny Loggins, who's now 77. Heavenly birthday shout-out to Paul Revere from Paul Revere and the Raiders. We also lost Tony Clarkin from Magnum in 2024, Phil Kennemore from Y&T in 2011, and Neil Peart from Rush in 2020. Signature Another Brick in the Wall Part 2 by Pink Floyd in 1980. Changes by Bowie in the UK in 72. Tears in Heaven by Eric Clapton in 92, and No One Like You by the Scorpions in 85. Album The Coup Terror by Loudness in 2004. Also in 81, The Police began their North American tour in Montreal. In 74, Aerosmith began their Get Your Wings tour in Detroit. In 87, Iron Maiden began the North American leg of their Somewhere on Tour. And in 86, Megadeth began their Wake Up Dead tour. Now some non-tour news. In 84, Oasis began recording their debut album, Definitely Maybe. In 55, Rock Around the Clock by Bill Haley and the Comets entered the UK chart for the first time. In 92, Debbie Gibson made her Broadway debut. And in 80, Led Zeppelin's Into the Outdoor is certified platinum. But lastly, on this day in 2000, as promised, Elvis was on the cover of TV Guide, being declared Entertainer of the Century. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Lundquist.
You know, if Greg Stocker ever does return to this station from COVID, perhaps tomorrow, China. I think, China. I think you should actually run that Elvis tidbit by him tomorrow.
I'm sure I will have more Elvis news tomorrow.
Okay.
Regardless of whether
he's a big fan of Elvis.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very big.
He's a big fan of Elvis, the Kennedys, and the French. Yeah, there you go.
The French.
Yep, the French.
I'm sure he's excited that we're going to take over Canada then.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Another scam, Canada. Dawn Stensland's coming up, top of the hour. We find out what she has lined up just 8 minutes from now.
Yes. There's so much developing. So we have a lot of Trump news. We have Pennsylvania state news, local news. Did you know that there's a gender that changes with the seasons?
Oh,
That's a little Dan Borowski find. So thank you, Dan. So we'll get into that.
Yeah, it's like allergies.
Oh, my goodness. And coming up in the 11 o'clock hour, we'll revisit the life of one young, relatively newly elected official, Ryan McKenzie. So one of the Pennsylvania, representatives who won, thank God. And as Mr. McKenzie heads to Washington, D.C., we'll get the update. He's just somebody who's a bright light in this world. I don't know. We really developed a kinship with him.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll just check in with newly elected Representative Ryan McKenzie from Pennsylvania.
Defeated Susan Wild, right?
Yep. He, he's making that commute, 9-month-old baby. So just a great backstory to him, but we'll check in with him.
All right. Looking forward to that. The Dawn Show in just about 6 minutes. Everybody have a great rest of your Tuesday. Sean Farish, thank you very much, buddy. But be on standby. You never know. Stocker could milk this all week.
Well, I'm on standby, ready to rock and roll, and ready to make it happen if we need to. And hopefully he's all right. China, you know that?
Yeah. It's back again. Yeah, there you go. All right, Great stuff. Everybody enjoy your Tuesday. Dawn is next. We're back tomorrow for a Wednesday with Tony Bruno at 8:30, but we start at 6 a.m.
Good night, everybody. There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, like $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. The best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle.